The date is the 16th of Travago, the year our kingdom 998. The weather is damp, but not so much that it stopped us from having a picnic. A blanket kept the wetness to the ground. Situation is, I am taking a bath, writing my notes. N and Willow and Secret Elsa are tidying up after. Yesterday we met with High Prince Ryga. It was an interesting experience. Overall, I think he liked me. We celebrated afterwards. We celebrated Varus returning to his roots and celebrated him reuniting with his captain. We, and Willow went to Regalport the next morning. They went to the Grand Auction Hall in Regalport. Reconnaissance. They did reconnaissance. I don't think N told me what came of it. I don't remember at the moment. I'm distracted. N and Willow and Secret Elsa, they I won't be able to focus on taking accurate notes of my day if I don't address what is holding my thoughts in a vice. So, the day was in Aerith, the year of our kingdom, 978. It was the first snow of the season, so the ground was soft, not so deep into the cold period that the snow had become hard and uncompromising. I was a boy of 6, and what does a boy look forward to the most in a otherwise restrictive winter? They play. Snowball fights and building obscure effigies in white and erecting little shelters from snow and bark and evergreen pine. For me, the most exciting thing was sledding. There was a hill near my home that seemed insurmountable. I had to crane my neck to see the top. I felt so big when I reached its peak, like a giant who could see all of Karnath from my backyard. The Icetop Mountains if I looked one way, and Carlacton and the Nightwood if I looked the other. More exciting than reaching the top was coming down. It felt like flying. Even if the cold air burnt my face, once I hit the bottom, I would take my sled and run back up and do it again. The snow was still soft, and it crunched beneath my boots with each step. The effort and the excitement had my hair clinging to my scalp under my cap. It was damp with sweat, a strange mix of freezing and overheating that I recognized every time it happened. It felt like winter. I stumbled, tripping over the root of a tree obscured by snow. I caught myself on the ground, and it was the first time I remember being glad I wore thick gloves. I called out for my sledding partner to wait so we could start together once more and see who reached the base of the hill first. It was a childish game with no stakes other than infant pride. He laughed. I remember his laugh so clearly. It was fervent and high, the kind of laugh a child makes when they're overwhelmed by their own joy. I'm sure that me falling over in the snow was the funniest thing in the entire world to a boy of 6. He reached the top of the hill while I scrambled up on my hands and knees, dragging my toboggan behind me. He took the head start, ensuring his victory in our race. I saw him come down the hill as he passed me. Time slowed. I remember almost every freckle of white thrown up by his sled. I remember the look of excitement he wore. His eyes were large and wild despite the cold wind against his face. And his grin was the largest I had ever seen. He was striking, as he always was. Even in that brief glimpse, I remember him well. And I wanted that too. I wanted that joy. So I hastened my way up the hill. I reached its apex and began down. I had already lost the race, but that didn't mean I couldn't have fun. And what fun it was. I remember the sting in my eyes that brought on tears, the shapes of the world blending together as I flew down that familiar hill, my hands gripping for dear life on the thick rope that guided the nose of my sled. For a child, there was nothing better. Then, all at once, it was over, and I was at the base of the hill. Breathing hard from my excitement, I searched for my friend, expecting him to gloat in a way that only children can, smug and self-satisfied and entirely meaningless. But he wasn't there. I blinked away the fog of tears and cold in my eyes to look around, thinking perhaps I just wasn't looking clearly. I heard it only a moment later, the most frightening sound of my youth, an ugly sob and piercing cries. My sled was abandoned as I went in search of it, the sound of that familiar voice distorted by pain and fear. My immature mind conjured up the worst, bears and monsters and demons and dragons, and we were so small, he stood no chance against such beasts. After what felt like an eternity of searching, I found him. The red of his blood was so much more striking than the red trim on his coat, and it was terrifying. Surely my wild fears had been confirmed. He'd been attacked by some creature, and it was lurking nearby, waiting for a chance to strike me down as well. But soon, sense came. Just like the tree root had been hidden by the snow, some stones and rocky ground had been hidden near him. They looked sharp, unfriendly shapes protruding, and the corner of one caked in blood. Looking back, the wound was quite superficial, the kind that seems like it would gush forever, but only because so much of the surface skin had been scraped away. I wiped it with my coat, and the bright red pooled again, and my stomach turned. This was bad, I had thought. This was surely the most dangerous situation I had ever been in all of my 6 years. Again, looking back, I could have just put him on the sled and dragged him home. The snow would have done most of the work, and I wouldn't have struggled so much. But what can I expect of myself so young? Even now, I'm not the most logical. Even now, I'm still guided by my heart, stitched openly to my sleeve. My friend was hurt, so I hugged him, and I hoisted him up, and I did that all the way home. I struggled. He nearly slipped from my grasp, but with every few steps, I would readjust, determined to take him to safety. My parents would know how to fix this, so if I could only just get him to them, then everything would be all right. I don't know how close my home was to that hill, but at that moment, it felt like it was on the other side of Corvair, and I was going to carry him across the entire continent just to make sure he was safe. I can't recall what happened at the entrance. I suppose adrenaline still holds those memories locked away. But I remember my own voice announcing loudly that he was hurt to anyone who would hear. I remember footsteps rushing and heavy clothes swishing as people came and crowded around us. I remember someone taking him from my arms, and my arms feeling like the heaviest lead when they were empty. And I remember holding his hand, refusing to let go. I followed someone who took him away, running to keep pace. Someone, a man with a quiet voice that was so familiar, told me to remove my damp clothes, but I wouldn't listen to him. Not now, not while I was needed, and my friend needed my help. His hand was tight in mine, just as mine was in his. Time passed, people moving around us, people moving us around. Someone changed our clothes, got us into dry pajamas. Someone put him in a bed, and I climbed in beside him, determined to be close. Someone dressed his wound, and like magic, the bleeding had stopped. Someone kissed our faces. Someone held him close and promised him everything was all right. Someone hugged me tightly and wrapped me in their familiar scent, spice and perfume, and told me I'd been brave. Someone bundled us in blankets, relenting to my refusal to leave his side. Someone brought us warm drinks, milk, and a few biscuits. I made sure he had more than me, just in case he was still tired from our ordeal. People praised me for my heroism, and people consoled him while he settled, still sniffling and sore. I told him everything would be all right. I touched his hair like my parents did when I was sad, and I remember how soft it feels under my fingers. I remember thinking everything would be all right. We were safe now. I had done what I needed to do. I had protected my Ulrich, my Ully, and my memory. Something so banal as a scraped knee, and it's all mine. I get to be someone who remembers something small and inane from my childhood. I get to keep it and have it still be there if my mind wanders. Not memories of war or battle, memories of friendship and precious blood spilt in childish exuberance and healing and safety and family. All of it, all the things that everyone else has, and all of it is mine. And it's all mine because of them. And Willow And my seeker, Elsa. My bathwater is quite cold now. I'm going to see them. I want to see them.
Oh my god! Bro, I actually had to put my face in my hands. I tried to stay quiet for the whole thing, but you heard that that breath sob that happened.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was trying. I'm like, no, don't stop. Bro,
His heart,
what
my
the
man.
fuck?
His heart.
Protected my Ulrich. Oh my god. Oh my god. I have so many new theories, but not the type of theories. We got all these thoughts while naked.
Just shower thoughts.
Yeah.
For Luca.
Luca's
Absolutely.
vocabulary. Oh my god, King, you have so many words at your disposal. Are you a poet? What's up? I'm I feel like I've experienced so much already. Hi.
Hi.
Hi. We made it through that. Now we have to get through the rest.
Yes.
You know,
No, we actually have to
Bitten
play the
Monsters
game.
Inc. Sorry, the Bitten Monsters Inc. where Sully is watching through the glass as Boo gets compressed into like various blocks. of
Trash
shit.
cube.
That was
Yeah.
just listening to this on the side, just holding my goddamn face.
Yeah, that is
Thank
the
you.
feeling. Good job.
Thank you.
Good job.
Sweet. So, Luca finishes up his bath and comes downstairs to find En and Willow and Seeker Elsa. I think Seeker Elsa pushed you aside and made dinner for a change. She's done the cooking tonight. Because you started this a little bit earlier. And of course, Willow, you have been invited to stay for dinner.
Of course, Willow will try
Or
and
rather-
be of assistance with cooking.
Yeah. I'm sure you and
Or what-
En are, like, helping set the table.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I think there has been no opportunity for you to escape the Nodding Poppy since being around for the very emotional
Yeah. By golly,
moments.
I don't think there was even intention for Willow to leave. Willow's just been sticking around.
Ah.
All right. Yeah.
Wow. I'm gonna
Yeah.
come downstairs, and I think I'm just gonna go over and hug Willow. Just like slump on them, very comfortable, very warm.
Yeah, Willow will pat Luca on the head.
And setting the
Because the
table,
cheeks
smirks at
are
them.
flushed from warm water, although it's
Hmm.
cooled. I imagine Luca is like a hot bather.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure. He seems, I imagine he is exceptionally warm. So Willow will pat him on the head. Did he wash his hair?
Yes, but he also dried it. So
It's a little
mostly
down.
dry.
Yeah, Willow will pat him on the head and say, "You smell nice. Much better than before."
Thank you. I'm gonna detach and just go over and hug Seeker Elsa.
She gives you a hug back and lets you lift her up off the ground a little bit.
Mm. Focus.
I'm focused, man.
How are you feeling? She asks.
Fresh. Tired. Heavy. Good way.
Well.
In a good way.
It is quite a momentous occasion, I think.
Mm.
Come help dish up.
I do. I will. But I am going to reach out for En just to give them a little hand squeeze because I don't want to give them a whole hug because I don't think they've been hugged
They're
enough
not ready
today.
for that.
Yeah.
They
They're
were
not
hugged a
ready
bit
for
before,
that.
but
Yeah.
if Luca extends his hand, they'll accept that. As they're setting the table, we're finishing up, like I imagine. They're doing
Yeah.
that while you two are getting snugged.
I think when Luca says the thing about like feeling heavy, feeling tired, but whatever, Willow is going to give like a congratulatory side look to N, like, huh? You did that, and then like continue, just casually implement it every now and then.
Yeah, I think N was like smirking, watching Luca go around the room while they were setting the table, and notices Willow, and kind of does a little like roll of the eyes, like they're almost being dismissive, but it's like it's kind of a bashful, like I don't know how to accept what you're handing out, so I'm just gonna shrug it off, but I'm obviously absorbing it, kind of.
Yeah.
Gesture.
Yeah.
Well, you all sit down and have dinner.
Mm.
Yeah.
I imagine it's
Luca
like
feels like he wants to tell the story again just because, but he's holding himself back.
tell it again.
Yeah. I think if N sees Luca like looking like he wants to give someone a hug, but with words, like that's the expression I imagine on him.
Mm.
And it's gonna like
Yeah.
prompt him, like, so I hear you have a story to tell, and just like try to
Mhm,
urge it
yeah.
out of him again.
He will take the bait, and I imagine he does tell it a little more sentimentally, so closer to the
Yeah.
recap than how.
He initially told it
Yeah.
through the
Mm.
mind reading.
Yeah,
Mm.
but you get to hear all the nice little details he remembered while he was away.
Aw.
I think we see a shot of everybody just around the table, like cheeks full of, I want to say like potato casserole or something, and like just beaming.
Yeah.
Mm.
Deeply fond
Absolutely.
of you, Luca.
It's a cute story.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, dinner passes.
Imagine. Oh, is it cool? He seems okay for Willow to start like making speculative comments. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So I imagine Willow's like taps their chin after a bit and says, "So, a friend of nobility."
Yeah. I was special.
Well, we knew that.
I'm still special. I'm still a very special boy.
So I've been told.
Our very special boy.
I'm gonna do a quick like it's a what's the word? It's a stretch, but I'll do a history check anyway. Since he's probably just dropped the name, yeah?
Yeah.
Have you dropped the name?
Falcon turn? Was it?
Falcon Torm. Yeah.
Torm.
Yeah, well, they're just gonna idly rack their mind for that.
Oh, Jesus.
The danger of Willow's brain.
It's too big.
I mean, within context.
Yeah.
Within context, yeah, it's like, okay, so I don't think you have a completely memorized list of all Karnathi
All
nobility.
Karnath nobles, yeah.
But that does
Even just
sound...
Mm.
It does sound like perhaps an Eastern family. More towards the,
Carlecton.
no,
Other way.
other
Oh, East!
direction.
I get them confused every time. Let me bring
It's
up my map.
clockwise. Never eat soggy wheat.
No.
bix.
I know. I had that for breakfast.
I just remember that you can read "we" on a compass.
Yeah, so true. Wee.
Oh yeah.
So
Okay, so Carlecton's on the west side.
Yes.
So east
Yes.
is. Oh, right. Okay. Yeah.
So,
And I guess-
probably closer to the Ice Top Mountains or Iron Root Mountains. And since Luca mentions the Ice Top Mountains, that seems like a reasonable guess.
Yeah.
So probably,
guess-
yeah, probably closer to the east and south.
Here's my map of Corvair.
And I have one in the politics and factions document if you'd like. But yeah, I was gonna say, or just like a context of maybe like what kind of noble system there is in Karnath.
Okay, so noble system, I would say, is there are... At the lowest end of nobility are knights, and at the highest, obviously, there is the royal family, the kings and queens of Karnath. So even like somebody who is simply a knight who has a knighthood would have the right to use an heir surname, which is perhaps a little more different compared to other kinds of noble systems within Corvair itself, because you can get nobles who are, relatively speaking, kind of poor in Karnath.
Why is that?
So, partially because you would own land, but owning land isn't enough to preclude wealth in Karnath.
Yeah. Especially because it's like, it seems quite barren as a place. Like,
it has had historically a lot of struggles with plagues and famines.
So what's the perks
particular.
of being?
Well,
are there any perks to being a Karnathi noble?
Well, yes, there are perks to being a Karnathi noble. You're still better off than, say, a peasant.
Yeah.
But,
I
like...
just want to hear it articulated. Yeah.
But not necessarily by much. There is probably a smaller gap between, say, a tenant farmer and the Karnathi noble knight who owns the land that the farmer works on.
Right. Yep.
And because Karnath has such a military culture, almost all nobility, especially knights, I mean, military service is one of the ways to gain a rank in nobility, is to perform distinguishing service.
Oh, could I have been nobility after my work?
Is Luca asking this aloud?
If Willow is saying all of this aloud, yes.
I think Willow's thinking. I think Willow's just paused there with their hand on their chin and is just pondering. Like going back through the idea of what Karnathi nobility is.
So, with that in mind, it is quite possible that the Falcon Torms could have been knights or higher. And by that virtue, Luca's family could have either been knights or possibly even lower, because it is not uncommon for Karnath culture to have this like very close relationship between lords and vassals, if you think about it. So say say you are a knight and you have somebody who is in charge of your horses or armaments or something. Your families would be, admittedly, like, there would be a distinction of rank between your families, but the blacksmiths or horse handlers or farmers or whatever would still have a relationship with a local lord.
Yeah, it's not so detached.
To the point,
I feel like the counter...
Yeah, to the point where, to the point where your children would probably play with each other if they were of the same age.
Interesting. That's interesting.
We didn't just get an instance of that at all to draw on.
Yeah, maybe. It's a maybe. So Willow might entertain... What did Luca ask out loud?
Well, if they haven't said anything, Luca would like comment that Willow looks like they're deep in thought.
Willow will probably just mention like it's not impossible that you could be noble, but it's also likely you could have a relationship with a noble family without being a noble yourself. especially if you have made a habit of saving their lives.
Just the once for now.
You never know.
Yes, I'm sure you don't have a track record.
Certainly felt like you would. You knew him for any extended period of time.
Not just him.
Yeah, you never know how far it would expand.
Willow will help clear up now. I imagine them bouncing up.
Yeah.
too.
Yeah.
But their vibe is very like ponderous and interested.
Yeah.
And if Elsa starts doing dishes, Willow will be like, no, I'm helping.
I think she has by now learned that Anne and Willow and Luca will always interfere when she tries to clean up.
Good.
If
Don't
they are
even
present.
start.
Yeah.
What do you think you're
But
doing?
she at least managed to get dinner made, so.
Yes.
With help.
Luca is letting everyone else take care of him right now.
Aw,
Nice.
that's sweet.
Good.
Willow, I think as Willow passes, they'll be like, exciting, isn't it? To Luca. And then like continue into the, like just back and forth. They have like a specific buzz. They are happy for you.
Yeah. A little bounce in their step.
Yeah, I think N is like warm but a bit subdued. Like they're happy. They're just
Yeah.
a bit quiet and calm.
Yeah. A little tired, probably.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's
You did
like,
go brain dipping.
yeah.
Uh-huh.
It's you've been out all day, you've been doing something a bit strenuous, and like you're not in a bad mood or exhausted by it, but you are tired.
Yeah.
So you're just kind of coasting along on the good vibes. I think Seeker Elsa asks Luca, should we break out the last of the hot chocolate? Have a little
Luca-
treat for dessert.
Yeah, Luca bristles quite openly and nods and maybe gets up to think that he could make it, but yeah.
I think Seeker Elsa will let you start helping and then take over so you can sit back down again.
Yeah, and immediately
milk
perks
on
up
the
at the
stove.
smell.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Anne's
Feel-
got the like. I think Willow's ears twitch at the rattling of the like tin that has the hot chocolate powder in it.
I imagine Willow like shoots a big smile over to N, like, "Oh, your favorite! Like, lucky you!" They
And
just
there's
keep
a little
looking
like
towards N, like,
self-satisfied smile and like shrugs like, yeah, I guess I am the star of the show today. Goes back to washing dishes.
Yeah.
I've been talking
So-
for a while. Does anyone else have any acts of heroism from their childhood they want to share?
Imagine Willow chucking a side glance at N, like, and then laughing, like just kind of like cracking up a laugh, like, yeah, unlikely, but
Nothing like yours.
Tika Elsa pauses while she's stirring and goes, Well, I did once rescue a bird that had fallen out of its nest when I was a small child. It had broken its
perks up.
wings
Oh,
by falling, so it wasn't quite able to be found again. I waited around for its parents, but perhaps they were simply scared, or perhaps they had other hatchlings to worry about. This was, I want to say when I was about 10 or so.
so mature.
Well, I didn't really know what to do with myself, so I brought the bird to my local seeker and asked what could be done. And the seeker bandaged up the wing and told me that, give it time and patience, I would be able to see it fly again. And then she showed me how I could feed the little bird, which was quite a challenge, I tell you, not having a beak. Had to find mealworms and grubs and all that sort. It wasn't too hard, but it wasn't pleasant work, let's say.
Luca pulls a face at the thought of squishing up bugs to feed.
I had to find what birds would eat and take little tweezers and make sure the chick swallowed them. Let me tell you, it is not easy to feed a squirming baby bird.
I see why you became a humanoid doctor, not a vet.
Indeed, it is a little bit easier when you can talk to your patients. That does help. Little bird doesn't understand when you tell it not to wriggle around while you're trying to feed it.
I'm sure you've had patients with a similar demeanor.
Well, perhaps. But I did eventually get to see it fly again.
Yay.
I returned it back to the place where I had found it, and it flew off. Once it was all grown, came into its feathers. I don't think I ever saw that bird again, but I like to think I made a difference.
I'm sure it lived a long life.
Certainly longer than if I had not intervened.
Willow's been looking over at these two, idly, lost in thought, while Elsa is talking. Specifically Luca's arm, then N. He's probably up at the ceiling.
Yeah. En's just been smiling and watching Elsa tell the story.
Yeah, it's kind of familiar.
Maybe.
Oh! Luca raises his arm. Yeah!
Willow didn't say that out loud. Did Luca?
No, but I think Luca could catch your expression.
Yeah.
Oops. Willow didn't mean to show it to you, but yep, if you caught it, whoopsie.
Well, Luca's been looking at you, so unfortunately you have been perceived.
Oops.
Sorry, Willow.
You've been full
I
of
see you.
fondness tonight, so...
Oh god,
Don't
but like,
think
if Luca caught that expression, yikes. It was quite meaningful, so yeah, no wonder you caught the meaning of it. Okay, carry on. Willow's embarrassed. Willow's going to keep cleaning, do something, make tea. I'll make tea. Willow's going to start making tea.
Seeker
We're
Elsa
having hot chocolate.
steers you back to the table. Oh no, we've got hot chocolate right here.
We could have both.
You'll survive.
She gives you a look of like, come now.
Willow sits.
You have your hot chocolate.
I thought it wasn't ready yet, my bad.
Nope.
It's been
She
preparing
finished
this whole
eating it while
story.
she was- Yeah.
Right. Okay, Willow will sip the hot chocolate then.
And like closes their eyes and tips the mug, just really enjoying it deeply.
Both hands on the mug,
Yeah,
No.
it's warm and comforting and sweet. And
being cozy.
yeah.
Yeah.
I thought you said worm,
Willows-
and I'm like, yeah.
Yeah.
Warm and cozy.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think, like, Willow's pondering briefly, like, a moment from their childhood that they can bring up, but I think the first thought is not very nice, so they're not going to bring it up. I'm trying to think of something else that they might sway, though.
Do they look like they want to say something?
No, they just look like they're thinking of something to say.
I'm imagining Willow, like, picking up slugs from the side of a road and putting them back on the grass after rain. It's like,
Maybe.
you'll get squished!
Probably snails. I don't know if
Yeah.
Willow would want to touch slugs. But
I
a
mean, not
snail, at least it
barehanded.
has a little house. Oh, right,
With,
yeah.
like,
But Willow
with,
might
like, a
sit there for a
stick.
while.
And just like flicks them
Yeah.
back into the underbrush.
Like,
Can you
slowly
get
puts a
squished?
snail onto, or like a slug onto a stick and be like, puts back.
Like a
I imagine,
spatula.
like, literally, squatting there for like 5 minutes while the slug wiggles its way onto a stick so that Willow can carry it somewhere else. But Willow's
Yeah.
not going to bring that up either. Their face might wrinkle like, can't think of anything I've done. It's just thinking of that time
Head
they ate a bee.
empty. Yeah.
It's either deeply traumatic memory or I ate a bee once by accident.
I'm just
Like,
imagining
they're
the
not
picture of those
just-
dogs with the swollen faces now.
That is indeed what I am invoking, but Willow's not going to bring
Yep.
that up either. They probably felt bad about that.
Eh. Regrettably, I think N is in a similar boat, and they're just drinking their hot chocolate now.
Yeah. Any more
Can't
daring
think of
adventures
anything.
in Karnath? Willow says to you two.
I suppose
think-
we'll have to find out.
Hmm.
One day.
I've never been
Wonder if
sledding
work
before.
Made a habit. Hmm.
We can
Neither.
go together.
It's quite fun.
It sounds it. It felt
Hmm.
it.
You felt it.
You felt it?
I mean, sort of. It's kind of vague. But experiencing your memories kind of came with experiencing your feelings at the time. Sips.
Willow's thought process is, well, then we were lucky it was a good one, but then doesn't want to say that out loud to Luca. So Willow
Well,
sips.
then we're lucky it was a good one.
Oh.
Well, you're not the first mind I read. But, yes.
I'm going to insight check N.
Wow.
Never mind. Well,
Let me
no,
try.
you can roll. I don't even know what you'd roll. I'm trying to suss out whether you
Wait, no, why
that's
is, why is
specifically
that?
Roselia, or if it's something else, someone else, previous experience, how far back that weight goes. But never mind, I guess. Unless you have to roll something to counter. God,
I don't think this is a roll to counter.
No.
fine.
We're
I
too
think
weak.
this is just a failure. Well, Luca might get it with a 10. I don't know why you have
But he-
advantage, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to re-roll.
I'll re-roll.
Never mind. I'll just take the 9, which is the 8 plus 1,
Yeah.
because we read from left to right.
Yeah, so take it as you will, as Hen said it.
Okay.
I'm going to choose to believe it's a good thing.
Good.
Alright.
Maybe in a few months we can try again and you can see something else. Funny.
We should probably be a little careful with it. We don't know what return visits might do to your little noggin there. But
And there's not much there. Don't want to stamp it out.
I think we
Well,
just
it's
found
plenty
out
there.
there's a lot there. It's just under a few
Plenty.
layers of
Snow?
snow and ice.
It's
You
good.
know,
This is the first step in doing it the old-fashioned way.
take a pick to a block of ice and it'll sometimes shatter in ways you don't anticipate unless you're a really skilled craftsman. And I'm not ready to call myself a skilled craftsman of mind reading yet, but we'll get there.
We can practice.
Well, I'll be here.
Do you think we could just look him up
Ulrich?
In a
in a
library?
book? Mm.
Maybe.
I think it's worth a shot. If not the Regoport Library, I'm sure there's a library on the way to Karnath that might have something about his family.
Certainly, If it's a prominent name, then perhaps people in Corona Peak might know. They are closer.
Yeah, there's lots of resources
Hmm.
you can ask around. Open libraries.
You think he remembers me?
I think so. I think you're quite a memorable man.
You do make an impression.
Was I an adorable child, Anne?
I was living through your memories.
I
Didn't see you
couldn't
very
see
clearly.
how cute I was.
I'm sure you were very
Don't even-
cute.
Can't even remember
did
what color
very-
my hair was.
Adorable things.
You don't think it was black?
I don't know.
White then.
Just like the snow.
Blend right in when you face plant into the stuff.
May I reach over and like look at Luca's hair up close, like the
Sure.
roots?
Yeah.
How? Like, do I have to roll anything, or can I just? Does he look like he has naturally black hair?
Yes. Considering
Yeah.
his eyebrows and
Yeah.
the faintest of hints of stubble.
No. Can I look up
Looks
close
like
to
his
the
hair.
white part?
Sure.
Yeah.
Willow
That
is
is
inspecting
Lu-
your head.
Luca will lean down so they can look closer.
I
Is
believe
the
the white
also
looks
from the roots?
just yep, from the roots.
It's growing out white.
Yep. It's
Well,
when you look closer, it's not just that it's white, it's that it's like clear.
oh,
You know how like
in the way that old hairs go clearish gray, or like
yeah. Or like sometimes you get baby hairs or things like that that are just completely without pigment.
right.
Like that. But it looks white because it reflects the light.
I think Willow's gonna lean in at that, like they weren't expecting that particular detail.
You see something? Secrets in my hair?
Did you finally
Little
find
flipping
your
in the
crystal
ear.
ball?
Willow's going to flick him in the ear and pull back. Just- well, unless you dyed your hair as a child, it looks to be your natural hair color. Presumably.
White?
No, Willow pause. If they mentally connected it to like baby hair, then they're like, wait, I don't. Huh? Does that mean? Huh?
A little confuses themselves.
When I
This
say
is
baby
Mim
hairs,
confused.
when I say baby hairs, I don't mean like hairs from a baby. I mean like hair that is very new and
Oh.
young.
Yes.
Fine.
Like, yep, gotcha. Willow's just gonna shrug. I don't know, this one, look at N. What is a natural hair color? I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
I'm a changeling. I think I'm an exception to the rule here.
Nah.
Is my hair the same as your hair?
Probably not, but I think what Willow is getting at is that your natural hair color is likely black.
Mm. Good. It matches
So-
my complexion.
Thank you, nature.
Well, nature might have given me this. So
What does he mean? What's he?
What's
this?
this?
the white part. He's pointing at the white part of his hair.
Oh. Well,
Another secret to uncover, I suppose.
One day, one at a time.
Yes. One step at a time.
I think you spend sort of the rest of your hot chocolate time chattering amongst yourselves about this and that, silly little things mostly. And it starts to grow late.
I almost imagine it gets so late that by the time Willow notices what time it is, it's like midnight, past midnight.
I think Willow noticed, but just didn't comment on it.
And Luca seems like he
Aw.
wants to keep staying awake because he's feeling
Aw.
good. He doesn't want to
I think Seeker
move away
Elsa
from
has...
this.
Yeah. I think Seeker Elsa has excused herself to go to sleep
Yes.
Yeah.
after giving you all good nights. Luca gets a kiss on the top of his head and gets a little shoulder squeeze.
No.
Willow gets a sincere thank you.
Miller will also return the sincere thank you for her help.
We didn't really get to use it. Luca comments.
That's a good thing.
Not if we
I'm sure
needed
it'll
it.
work. Willow made it. I'm sure it'll work when you need it.
Hmm. How was Regalport? You never really told me about it.
Well, we got into the gallery.
I was actually just about to ask, but I think the lag caught. Did he want to test it now? Did Lucas seem to want
No.
to test the? No.
No.
Okay. Yeah. So gallery.
He seems hesitant to try it still.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, we have all day tomorrow and...
Oh, Willow didn't say that. I was asking you guys.
No, Anne is talking about the gallery.
Oh,
I'm
you're continuing
on.
with the. Yes. Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Yes.
We have all day tomorrow and a few hours the next day to talk about our plans for the auction. We don't have to do it tonight.
No, we have a dossier from Damon. I think tonight we can wind down and get into the nitty gritty tomorrow. Probably at my boat. I
And
expect.
Rest
But
assured, we have
Regalport
some
was-
information.
Productive.
Yes.
We have to go in
I did a lot
tomorrow
of-
to get our clothes, don't we?
Someone does.
Not like it's going to be
We could go
hard.
together.
Yeah, we can go together. I mean, I'm no stranger to picking up tailor-made clothes in secret.
I may keep myself out of Regalport. We're out of. Be unnecessary.
Anything wrong?
No, I just, with Ryga being here, sort of, higher
But he's your friend
possibility of
now.
running into people that I don't want to.
He's Gil's friend, not Willow's. A certain distinction there. Either way, I have no problem going into town to pick up our suits, and I have no issue if Luca wants to join me. It's not like
Luca
it's a
seems
secret this
conflicted
time.
because he just wants everyone to be together. He's in that kind of mood.
Then you can come back to my boat and it'll be all ready for plans and whatnot. I do have a job.
Oh, yeah. You've been so busy with us, I forgot.
We're your job now.
Full time.
Yeah, we sure work you to the bone, don't we?
Willow Jenkins.
Was that Bruno?
Pretty sure
Hmm.
that was an imitation of Bruno.
Not very good.
No.
You're way too tall. Could never pull it off.
Wow.
I'm like 3 Brunos tall.
At least 2. 2
Only one
Brunos in a
wide.
trench coat.
He's bigger than me.
And starts like doing measurements with their hands. Like does an estimation of how wide Bruno is, but like a hyperbolic one, and then like measures it up
Yeah.
with their hands against their shoulders.
That's the whole table.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By the sovereigns,
I'm
you're
sure
right.
I'm sure he weighs more than me too. He's all muscle.
You're not.
No, I'm soft in places. That's what happens when you're not actively training.
Well,
You're
now I
still-
just want you two to have a arm wrestle. Put that to the test.
Oh, he'd win. He'd win. No.
Quick. Have I ever seen Bruno do an arm wrestle before? Zeke?
I think yes.
When?
Did he win? Of course he did.
Not necessarily, but it was probably Bruno got roped into it by other workers trying to prove a point. Bruno didn't start it.
Yeah.
But he finished it.
I think Willow's going to say, I think with Bruno it's less a matter of strength and more a matter of can he be bothered?
Mm,
He is a very busy man.
But I do invite you to challenge him.
his arms are bigger than my entire torso. I don't think I'd stand a chance.
This distorted image you have of Bruno is mildly terrifying, but okay.
I just remember looking at him and thinking, wow, I wish I were that strong.
Do you take that as a compliment or and looks at Willow?
Hmm.
He just laughs and shrugs like,
Yeah, I don't know how to
like
answer
any of
this
this
either.
conversation. Just get back to work.
You're
Don't have
slacking.
fucking time for this. Actually, does he swear? Lucas covers his
Yes.
mouth like he's
Yeah.
ashamed.
He does.
You're good.
Profusely.
Like a
So
sailor,
much.
one might say.
He's not a sailor, he's a dock master. Right?
I'm sure he has a
Competent.
certain, he's had certain influences from sailors.
Point at Willow, like,
I don't
Then
swear.
Luca
You
pauses
guys swear
and
more than me.
looks at Willow like, have I heard you swear before?
You've sworn at me. Everyone here has sworn at me. With the exception of Secret Elsa, at least to my face.
Behind your back. No, she's very... No,
Oh
she's
yeah,
not.
you
I
wouldn't
can't
know
even
because
pretend.
you don't stay at the poppy, but she just curses up a storm whenever outsiders aren't around.
Oh, that Willow Jenkins. Fuck them.
They have to like stifle their laughter because it's late.
Yeah.
Yeah, get
Luca
into the
looks up
sleepy-
and like apologizes to Secret Elsa through the roof.
Look like kneeling, like I'm so sorry. Pray hands.
Yeah.
Forgive me, Seeker, for my sins.
Yes.
Oh.
Can you,
My sins
Can you
against
swear?
you specifically.
would you just not want to? Or are
Did
you
you
not
just say,
allowed?
can I swear?
Yeah.
Not allowed, according to who?
I don't know.
Maybe you were cursed by a hag.
To not swear?
I don't know your life.
Maybe you cursed at the hag, and then she was like, "Well, I'll deal with that," and makes like a
Take
zipping
that away,
gesture.
Drew.
She lost anyway. So, suppose I stay winning.
Do you? Prove it. Prove to me that you aren't cursed to not swear.
Say fuck, say fuck, say fuck. And it's like pounding their empty hot chocolate mug on the table lightly because Secret Elsa is sleeping, but like
Of all the places I'm going to cuss, it's not going to be here. It's Holy Land.
fine.
You're
Rain
not
check.
of faith, so it doesn't count.
How do you know?
Are you a seeker?
No?
Then it doesn't count. You can do
I have
whatever you
respect
want
for
here.
Seeker. No, I'm not going to swear in her house. It feels rude.
Luca's done it.
That's Luca.
I'm her precious grandbaby. I would have said boy, not grandbaby. I'm her precious boy.
Luca's like sitting up straight, like, nope, they're not going to swear in here.
The more you try and make them swear, the less inclined to do it.
I'm gonna give Willow the hug hands that I told them means go fuck themselves.
And you.
And me what?
You know.
Do I?
You won't catch me out, Luca. You can give up now. One day, if I swear, it will be when it is earned. By a horrible, terrible situation. Or, oh well.
I can
Willow
think of some
shrugs.
terrible situations to put you in. If I start tearing out pages of your book,
What book?
the one you write in all the time.
Good luck getting your hands on it.
Last time I asked for it, you just gave it to me.
Because I trusted you not to rip out the pages. Now that I know, I guess I'll never hand that to you again.
Oh, book privilege is taken away. That stings.
I'm the only one of us who isn't a book criminal, I'll have you remember.
Oh, give it time.
Yet. That you
You
know
will
of.
be.
One day.
Right, maybe I've stolen Ulrich's books. We had a horrible
Ulrich could
falling out. As a 6-year-old, maybe not.
I don't know, maybe he had all those tricky books that your parents wouldn't let you read because they were too scary, but he had them, and you wanted to read them.
And I would go over to his house and secretly read his scary books.
Why are they
Exactly.
scary?
Because they contain things that children shouldn't be reading, like kissing and that sort of thing.
I mean, that wasn't
Ooh,
what came to my
terrifying.
mind, but come to think of it, that is probably what you would dig up.
How dare you? I am a very... Willow, what's the word I'm looking for?
Don't look at me.
I am a very demure gentleman. That's not what I mean, but I know what I mean.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
My kissing stories are private.
Ugh. I recall to teach you the benefits of romance novels the other day. Oh wait,
What?
no, that wasn't quite romance. Pardon? The story that we told Luca about on the ferry. He was like, why would you? Wasn't it like a saucy novel? Didn't we talk about that with Kat?
Wasn't it a
You were
bard
talking
song?
about-
Was it not a
Was
bard
it a
song?
bard song?
Was it a song?
Oh, yeah, like a folk song
I thought it.
that was about
I thought it
a
was based on
saucy
the story.
encounter.
Oh right, my bad.
Though
It's
I
still
think
fiction.
It could have been a book.
You did have a conversation about a enemies to lovers story or rivals to
Yeah.
lovers story
Of course
That's the
we
one.
at
did.
one point.
Yes, this is when
That's the
Luca
saucy
had the
one, and then we had
revelation
to-
that trope exists.
Yeah. Yeah, Luke was like, why would they, but they don't even like each other. Why would they want to be in a relationship? And these guys were like, are you kidding? Well, not these guys. I think Kat and Willow.
Seems to recall what you mean, and then he makes a face, and then his cheeks go a bit pink.
This is
'Cause
why
he's
you
just
read
had
the
a
books in
thought.
secret.
Mm-hmm. You're so demure.
Kind of leans in closer, like conspiratorially. What if Ulrich was my partner?
That is a wide net to cast.
Well, I don't.
You,
But
you
I
meet one
remember.
person from your past and you're like, is he my husband? That's such a Luca thing to do.
He might. You don't know.
No, we don't.
We don't know.
You were 6 years old. I'm going to
Oh,
assume you met a
perhaps
lot of
betrothed.
men, women, and in between in your life.
Yeah, it could have been that. You know, when children pretend to get married.
And?
So
Got
maybe
promoted to
he was
husband.
my.
You just
Yeah.
you You've known him for 2 minutes.
And now you've imagined
No.
this whole scenario where you played house with him.
Yeah, it sounds nice. And I get
could
to
imagine
think
a young
whatever I
Luca
want.
doing that. That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, no, none of
Okay,
this seems
well,
out of character.
potentially.
I'm just surprised
Mm.
that we've ended up here so quickly.
I'm not. Not really. I don't think you are either. Not
Yeah,
really.
yeah, you're right. No,
I feel like I'm being insulted.
No.
no, you're just
You're
being
a romantic
red,
person.
Luca.
See, book crimes. Reading me without my permission.
You're an open book, Luca.
I am an empty book. And
Open and empty. But being filled.
You have a couple entries if you like flip to the front and put it under a candle.
I told you, I don't speak about that.
Sorry.
That's fair. Willow literally immediately was like,
Willow steps into an innuendo. Regrets.
Willow might not swear, but they're full of other kinds of naughtiness, I say to Anne.
Well, Cat is their friend.
Please.
I have to wonder who influenced who, or if it was just like a meeting of perfect pairs.
Mutual, yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with the latter.
You talk about your husband?
When we talk about your friend who you sometimes
yes.
sleep with. Yeah.
In this, just like gesturing like Zeke else is still in the room.
This is a
She's
doctor's
extremely
office.
nod.
I know, but what about it? Just
Your friend. Wink.
yes, my friend.
I know there's no chance of it, but I might go to Regalport just to go to the library. Luca makes his gentle smile face. Very earnest.
Yeah, I mean, we
No
might
point
as
in
well.
saying no chance.
Huh?
It's not. No point in saying no chance. It's always possible.
Mhm.
To find information, and if not for the library, you always have other resources.
At least you'll know
No
then.
point at Willow.
What did Anne say?
At least you'll know then that there's no information in the local library, and then you can put that thought to bed and carry on.
Yeah. Although I suppose I'll always be wondering if I missed something because I'm not the most book smart.
Well,
If only I had someone with me who was.
hey, I'm not half bad. The last frickin' 4 years of my life.
Looking at books.
Yes.
Doesn't Willow have special books that no one else has? What if he's in one of those?
I don't think he'll be in one of those.
I get the feeling Willow's special books are a little more, arcane than Ollie might be.
What if he wasn't real? It's
Okay,
okay.
now you're just...
Yeah.
What was even the point then? Let's save that it was all a dream theories for fiction.
That awkward knowledge of where that comes from with N is like.
So, we will go to Regalport, fetch our fetching clothes, and spend some time in the library. I say, and look at N, like, to make sure they're okay with it.
Sure.
And then come back to Salvage and have a planning session in the scrap bucket.
Yep,
Sounds like a plan.
sounds good to me.
Do you want to spend the night?
Funnily enough, Willow was just about to ask, is it too late to draw a bath?
Lucas shakes his head very adamantly. I have nice soaps and serums.
You don't need to sell it.
I think
just considering.
Willow's already in.
If that's okay.
Luca nods. I think I have some stuff that's all right for
take
shifters.
one. I just the water's fine. No fuss. Willow's probably gonna stand up now, but they do feel like having a bath here. It's been a while. Literally since the start of the campaign.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no bath on the
But-
scrap bucket. Oh. You can
Yeah.
come over more often if you want.
It's not my bathhouse. But either way, Willow's going to stand and say, I think, job well done to everybody.
Yeah.
And nods.
Boundless potential. For you
Yeah.
both.
Just getting started.
Sounds a little like grand. Much to think about as they start trotting away.
I will take them up.
You don't need to, but okay.
Yep. And we'll,
Luca's just going to get you towels and stuff.
Okay.
Make sure
Yeah.
that you have everything.
yeah. And
And
we'll
some
like wash
pajamas.
up the mugs and get ready
Yeah.
for bed themselves.
Nice.
Luca will find a soap that is okay for shifters, he thinks, and give it to you. It's mostly natural ingredients, so it shouldn't be an issue.
Oh man.
Says as he puts it on top of the pile of clothes.
Yeah.
And towels.
Willow's been trying to be like, don't fuss over me, don't fuss over me. Luca continues fussing. It's like,
It's
just
not a
go
fuss.
away.
It's not a fuss. Not a fuss.
It's a
No
fuss. to Willow.
fuss. No fuss.
Well, guess what? Luca is just like this.
You'll
Yeah,
know if
no.
I'm fussing. You'll be annoyed.
Well,
And I'm gonna, while Willow has arms full, I'm gonna bundle them up in another hug. Thank you for helping.
I'm glad you have a potential for answers.
Yeah. And more questions, but good questions.
Questions lead to answers.
Yeah. That's a very you thing to say.
We're still in the hug, like, let me bathe.
Yeah. Pat their arms and like close the door.
Mhm.
Go downstairs. Looks like he wants to hug in, but he won't.
Yeah, I think Anne will reach over and give his arm a squeeze, though.
Mm.
Their little hands.
Tiny hands.
You gonna make up a bed for Willow?
Yes.
Yeah.
Are you
What can we
going
do this
to
time?
all camp in the living room again, or
Yeah.
Yeah, Lucas
Can
seems
we?
like he'd want that. So Anne will drag out their pillow and their blanket from their room. It's like bundled against their chest, the blanket dragging.
Mm-hmm.
I think
Toddles
Luca will
on
make
out.
another little treasure map and like pin it to the wall across from the door of the bathroom. So it's
Oh
the
my
first thing that
God.
Willow sees when they come out.
Gosh.
That's adorable.
That's actually Willow's. Stop it! It's so cute. Willow walks out, sees it, has that fond look again. Gosh.
Do they have the stop it reaction, or are they just fond?
I think it's a fond look followed by an eye roll. Like, of course you're doing this, you cute bastard. It's like, yeah. They'll follow it back to the living room. Probably see you guys all set up with the.
Yeah, you have a little
Mattresses.
blanket for it. Yeah.
Pillows everywhere.
Yeah. Anne's like bundled
Oh.
in a blanket with a book.
Yeah. You're all camped out to
Luca also
spend the
has a
night.
book. I think he's trying to
Yeah,
draw what he remembers Ulrich looking like.
Aww.
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 He's not doing very well, but he's trying.
Can't quite
Willow
get the
shows
eyes
up, like-
right.
Aw. I think Willow shows up like, well, I suppose I'm not getting a bed, and then like joins in the bundle.
This is a bed. Anything's a bed if you want it to be.
Yep.
What?
What's that?
I'm just saying it's true.
Uh-uh.
Or what's the worst bed you've ever slept on?
Ugh. The
What a
ground,
question.
bricks, damp
Cardboard
bricks.
Look at Nod.
boxes.
Like, yeah, he's been there. Sleeping in hay isn't as comfortable as you would want it to be.
No, I
No.
recall.
Mm,
It's quite pokey,
yeah.
but it is warm.
Yeah. So at least there's that.
Ever had a hammock break while you're on a ship during a
Ouch.
storm
Oh.
while you're asleep?
No.
Mm.
That's a
Doesn't
rude
sound fun.
awakening. My bed was
So I won't complain
comfortable.
about the bedding then. Willow's going to snuggle into the blanket.
Oh, at least this one won't drop you on your ass.
Anything you guys talk about before you actually fall asleep? Or is it just more banter?
I don't think we're in the mood for anything beyond niceties at the moment.
Mm.
Niceties isn't the right word, but nice conversation.
Cozy
no.
chatter.
Yeah.
Yes.
Nobody's like sleepover vulnerable on Maine.
Luca is entirely vulnerable, but
Does he want to say
He's-
anything? That doesn't have to be sad. Like you can say stuff.
You
keep
can just be
talking, talk us
cozy
all to
and
sleep.
sincere.
yeah, that is the vibe from Luca.
I think as Willow's got that vibe, like now they're in bed, they are going to sleep soon, like post bath, cushy blanket, nice vibes. And if Luca keeps
Yeah.
talking, Willow will listen, but I imagine they're not going to fight it
Drift
if
off.
sleep takes them. Yeah.
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 I feel like Luca might just chatter thoughts he's had.
Yeah.
Doesn't really expect anyone to respond.
Yeah.
But he starts slurring a little bit as well. He's very tired.
I imagine Willow and N listening to you chatter and going, making encouraging noises like, we're listening.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Imagine
And then you
Luca says
all
something completely
gradually.
completely nonsensical, and Willow's still doing that. Like it makes sense, but they're both just like delirious.
Yeah.
Men Pinyon said the other day. Yeah.
And then the donuts, you know?
Mm.
You all gradually fall asleep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Let's move to the next day.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, I think we'll montage a bit through the 17th.
Yeah.
You wake up in the
pillow fight.
morning. Yeah, you wake up in the morning, you put all your bedding back together. I think Seeker Elsa is up before you all for a change because you went to bed very late after
Yeah.
having your cozy sleepover times.
Also just
I
finds
think
us in a
Luca would
pile
sleep
in the morning.
latest. Yeah. Cuddle pile. Finally.
I think I'll probably have to be the first to wake because I have work. But
Yeah, but that's still like later than you would normally get up,
yeah.
Luca's hair is a mess.
but in a cute way.
Mm.
He has such interesting bedhead.
Yeah.
I imagine like one side is like completely flat and one side is completely up. Like he's been
Aw.
smacked against a wall.
Like, yeah, I can imagine it.
But you get up, you go about your day. Luca and N both go to
I imagine we actually
a tailor and salvage, I imagine. Or
Oh.
I think Damon would have ordered the clothes to be convenient for you.
Oh. Yeah, no, then I can pop into the tailor too with you guys. Or, yeah.
Wow.
I think he
fancy.
just like. I think it was off the rack clothing that got modified just to make sure that it fits you all properly.
Yeah.
Support local businesses. I hope that he supported the seams, the tailors and
Tailor.
salvage.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look, real life advice. Go get your clothes tailored. It's maybe not as expensive as you think it is.
Yeah. Or you can learn to do it yourselves. If you've got some time and a needle and thread, you can do anything.
And if you don't have time, but you do have money, support your local tailors.
Yeah. Fuck fast fashion. Go back to this again.
Anyway.
The moral.
I have a hole in my dress, and I love the dress, so I'm embroidering. I'm embroidering like a flower over it, so I don't have to get rid of the dress.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Anyway, you pick up your outfits. You have Damon's little folder of pages for what to expect. And
I'm just gonna
head
quickly
over.
sneeze.
Okay. You head over to Willow's workshop around lunchtime.
Oh, did they go to the library? Oh, wait, you guys didn't have to go to Regalport at all. I see.
Yes, we will.
Right, makes sense.
We will stop in there another time.
Yeah. Luca seems okay with that.
Makes sense. Nice.
Luca picks up Anne's jacket and like puts it to himself. It's like, I think there might be a mistake.
Yeah, it's too big for you.
Yeah. I'm gonna drown in this.
I think one of the things you did as well with the outfits is like Luca took his breastplate to the tailors and had it blacked to match.
Yeah. A bit too
Because I
bright.
imagine like temporary magical dye is easy. You've got illusion magic. It's like, can I get this color changed to match the rest of my outfit? Yeah, sure. It's even temporary.
We put it on Damon's bill. You know.
Yeah.
He's paying. To this credit card.
Far out.
It's a business expense.
I also imagine Willow was very like swift about the alterations they wanted done. Like it was like, here, thank you, I have to go to work, bye. And then like, these guys will pick it up at the end of the day, goodbye.
Yeah, that was a couple days ago. So it's just like a pickup.
Gotcha.
Thing. We just didn't cover it because it wasn't that interesting to be on camera.
Yes.
So, around lunchtime, when you know Willow will have a bit of a break, you head over to the scrap bucket / Jenkins workshop.
I've brought stuff to make food. I'm gonna make food while I'm there instead of buying something to eat there. I'm gonna make them lunch because I'm feeling sentimental. And there is no better way to say you love someone than to cook for them.
Can I request too that it's the end of Willow's workday, so that they can commit their full brain to this? Yeah. I don't know if you meant lunch break or.
We'll say then that you've arranged for it to be at the end of your workday.
Yeah, I think because Willow would want some time to like think a bit as well after work, and then just wait for these guys to pop around, sitting at their table, looking at their chessboard, moving pieces.
Do you guys want to do the library check real quick then? Since you have more time?
Yeah, may as well.
I imagine you arranged with Willow over the course of the day, of like over breakfast, basically, at the Nodding Poppy, of like what your exact plans were.
Yeah, I kind of imagine like considering the convo from the night before, and like looks over the details of Damon's pickup order, and is like, oh, it's in salvage. Like we all just assumed it was in Regalport, and then we actually look at the document that Damon gave us. It's like, oh.
Wait, he's really considerate. Oops.
didn't count on that one.
Yeah.
But yes.
I think it's because he made the order like when you met him in salvage to talk about the auction.
Just
Oh,
leaves
wow.
leaves lunch and goes straight to business.
Yeah.
What a man.
Very
No
organized.
wonder he missed his ferry.
Yeah.
Right?
What was
Mood.
that?
What happened after he missed his ferry?
Anyway, we
My
aren't
My
gonna
life
miss our
changed, I
ferry.
guess.
Yeah.
So these guys can run off to Regalport while I have a busy day. I'm going to ask Bruno about like any progress with the thing I asked him to do last night. Was it last night? 2 nights ago? Whether he's found
Yeah.
anyone to train up, potential apprentice,
Yeah, last night.
into whatever.
Yeah,
Was that last night?
He's probably said that he's put out the hiring thing. Sent it along to Regalport to see if there's any artificers looking for work over there, any tinkers. Sure, something will turn up.
Yeah. Willow's also keeping an eye on any local talents. If anyone around looks like they seem like they'd be interested, or anyone at the docks, you know.
Anyway. So, Anne and Luca, do you want to do the run to Regalport Library for research, or nah?
Luca seems like he's excited for it, so
Yeah.
maybe.
Okay.
If Luca wants to go, then yeah, and we'll go with him.
Okay, we can do a quick roll. Give me a history check with advantage, whoever is helping.
Does
I'm
Luca
gonna
want to
say
look?
I help N.
Okay. I can give it a go.
En's a little more familiar with the sorting system.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you don't find anything in terms of actual names, but you do have a more detailed map of inland Karnath that you take some notes on. So if you go via Krona Peak, you know which towns you will pass through on the road to Reckonmark.
Mm-hmm.
I can start asking around.
Yeah.
So while you don't find any noble names or anything like that, you do find some directions. Maybe you have a little itinerary of towns along the road.
Luca seems excited by this. I think any information is good information for him at the moment. So
Yeah.
So you make your notes. So write down that you now know a list of towns between Krona Peak and Reckonmark.
Nice.
Great. Good start. Direction.
Yeah. Cool.
actually, if we're in Regalport, I'll get some fancy food for Willow to eat for dinner. If you want to let me know how much.
1 whole gold.
Yeah, honestly.
Oh my god.
Something fancy to eat.
Fancy.
What? You give me a suggestion. What's a late
What if we-
spring specialty?
I have no idea. I always eat curry, so that's my only
Could be
food.
curry.
Yeah, maybe
curry.
it's maybe he asked the chef to not cook it, just give him a pile of it, and he'll cook it at home.
Willow's boat is small. Oh yeah, whatever. You can do it.
But no, it's already made. It just hasn't gone through the heat.
Yeah. Nice. I guess.
So that it's fresh.
Sure.
Sure.
And just watches Luca get a tub of almost prepared curry.
Yeah, you haggle with a street vendor to hey, can I have some of the stuff that you make to order?
Yeah.
and take it home so I can make it for my best friend.
Yeah.
Uses
I just really
those
don't want it
words.
to go cold on the. Yeah, my best friend.
Capital.
Just don't want to. Yep. Best friend
spend,
Gil.
I think spend a gold because you have to haggle to get the
Yeah. The uncooked
container
version.
of the container of uncooked, like half cooked rather curry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You get all the base and the vegetables and so on.
Yeah.
Please
And
get a
cake.
mild one for Willow.
Yeah, it's mild. And like,
Okay.
It's like a
Pastry.
cream based one.
Yum.
yeah.
I'm
Maybe
imagining
coconut
like
base.
korma-ish.
Korma.
Yeah.
Mm.
Okay.
Cool.
So
Let's go to Willow's.
Yeah.
yes, you return to Willow's place. Willow is waiting for you. Willow, I think you are mildly surprised by Luca bringing over lunch to cook at your place.
Did they not have it ready made?
Well, I thought it might get cold on the ferry, so I brought it, and I will cook it now, so it's fresh and delicious.
Willow
Puts the
shrugs
pot on the stove.
Can't argue with
Starts
that,
fire.
I
Guess
guess.
we're not getting. Right
I'm gonna say we got naan as well,
Yeah.
but that had to be cooked while it was there. So,
Yes.
Yeah.
but those
So
will
then
be
you'll
warmed
just
up
have
by
to-
the meat. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, righto.
You guys
Set up.
see
and...
the See the
You
condition
play
of the
chess against
chessboard?
yourself? Who's winning? Willow or Willow?
I think
Surprisingly,
it's Willow or
neither.
Gil.
Oh, or Cognot.
What is this about?
Hmm?
The board. It's oddly arranged.
It's a, yes, aptly noted. It's a Willow gestures visualization of the upcoming event,
Luca tips his head
abstracted.
like, what?
obviously.
And like goes over and sits down near the board to examine it, the chessboard.
This here's the auction. It's a little hard to explain. I know what it means, but
Are we chess
that's
pieces?
Damon. Yes,
Which am I?
you're all pawns. We're all pawns.
Oh.
Yeah.
I think I'm more of a knight.
Well, of course, but it's not specific. It's
Ah,
useful to
For
me.
one thing, I think it's only pawns on the board.
yes.
Yeah.
I believe so.
Luca
That's-
picks up a pawn and he's like, puts it next to him. He's like, does this look like me? Don't think so.
I mean, I think that's what we want to portray to the world. We don't want to be too exciting,
Ah, you're
all
right.
things considered.
You may be exciting, Luca, because you are Luca. But En's low-key, and I am Gil.
I will dish out our food and then sit down at the table and... So... Plans.
Yes. Well, I guess we should start by reviewing what we know. And we'll bring out the floor plan that they sketched of the gallery the other day.
Mhm.
This is the best I could do in 10 minutes, but it is a general floor plan of how the gallery will be arranged. And it's gonna like point out the exits and explain like these are the fake walls where the art pieces are being displayed, and these are the auction rooms that the auction is taking place within, and then there's the larger grand auction hall around it. We'll be primarily occupying these 2 rooms, most likely.
Okay.
And might lend it to Willow to talk about the security measures they noticed while inside the gallery, mostly centralizing around the art pieces.
Yeah.
And not
I was gonna
stealing them.
point out, like, the abjuration magic and all that. And the parameters of, using magic in there. Not harmful magic.
Yeah, specifically the gallery room has been warded from theft and harmful magic. Other places might not be as secured, obviously, because you don't want to spend too much money on that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's mainly these 2 auction halls where those security measures have been put into place.
Yes. The Grand Auction Hall building as a whole would have arcane lock and alarm spells and that sort of thing. Like, typical security standards, they probably won't have the blanket ward against fire in the same way that, say, the flammable and valuable art pieces have. That's probably not as much of an issue in just like the general corridors, because you can deal with fire hazards a little more easily on mundane level, let's say.
Yeah. A burnt hallway doesn't have the same level of damage as a burnt art piece that's worth however many gold.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah. And while you haven't been to the storage rooms, where presumably any other inventory is kept, you can probably make an educated guess that the storage rooms also will have higher security, but you're mostly concerned about the gallery itself.
Yeah.
You say harmful magic. Does that mean N won't be able to mind crush anyone?
Well, mind
in
reading
the
doesn't
gallery?
hurt anyone. Like, physically. It should be fine. It's kind of like detect magic. From my understanding, it's just detecting thoughts instead of magic. Spell itself isn't harmful, it's how you use it.
Hey.
Harmful magic in this case implies anything that would deal physical damage.
Yeah.
Luca looks at his
and
arm.
most likely like would inherently deal physical damage. So combat cantrips.
Yeah.
Summoning
My lightning
fire.
lure.
Yeah. That is
My
likely
thunder
going to
gauntlet.
be suppressed.
Yeah.
Unless you punch someone, I don't think your arm counts, Luca.
Yeah, and unfortunately there's no magic in place to prevent fisticuffs.
I'll make them regret it.
Let's try to keep combat to a minimum while we're in the auction, shall we?
Minimum. We're keeping it to none.
I don't know what's going to happen. In self-defense, I'll allow it. But otherwise, yes, we should avoid combat. Lots of witnesses. Lots of problems.
Plus, I don't think Damon will give us money if we sully his bad name. I mean, good name. Slip of the tongue. Don't tell him.
Speaking of, he has given us a dossier.
Yes.
Though perhaps we should look at that after we determine what we're doing about Edmund. We're going to look pointedly at N.
Yes, that is a question, isn't it? Well, I have come to the conclusion that we will not be, cutting him off in Regalport. Ben's gonna make like a slicing motion with their hand. Too complicated. Too impatient.
Luca raises a piece of bread and rips it pointedly.
But to that end, because he's going to be leaving Regalport, we need to, as much as possible, avoid him being aware of our identities and our intent. The last thing I want him to do is go back and tattle to the Snapdragons, to the Dark Lanterns, to anyone.
Willow, at N saying that, it's like, I think they kind of clued in that maybe the thought was leaning that way, but it does seem to take a load off their shoulders when you admit it out loud, when you say it out loud. Probably more than they expected it to affect them a little. There's a sense of like a nod of like, okay, that's better. Like, this is more reasonable planning. Also, as an aside, I just nuance thingy. I don't think Willow can plan and eat. They will wait until after they finish planning.
Luca's probably still
to
eating.
actually start eating. Yeah, that's fair. So yeah, they're going to nod now about what did N say? Oh yeah. I was gonna say we have to assume that he is highly skilled.
If he was indeed part of the King's Dark Lanterns, then yes, he probably knows most of the tricks in the book when it comes to sussing someone out. So our best bet is to harmlessly incapacitate him. That still runs the risk of him realizing he has been incapacitated to some degree. I'm sure someone who's worked for the Dark Lanterns may or may not be able to detect when they have been sleep potioned, but it's certainly less of a risk than us just showing up and digging into his mind right in front of his fully awake face.
And his butler.
And his butler. That is a problem as well.
And the rest of Regalport, to be fair.
I
Well,
can sleep potion his butler too.
yes. That's why we should probably consider the plan that we had before about having our little encounter in the cab.
Willow
Luca
nods.
Avoid more witnesses than necessary. In my most ideal scenario, he is asleep in the cab, I dip into his thoughts, and then I get out of there. He's none the wiser, and no one else is either. He goes back to the crown, and then he goes back to Sharn, and everything is as it was.
Not everything.
Well,
Ideally, we have information.
as far as he knows.
Indeed.
But that's if everything goes splendid and there's no hitches in the plan at all, which always happens. That's always how it works out. But just so we know what we're aiming for.
Sounds neat. Of course, that means having to procure the cab, but
Not too difficult.
compared to... you've made suitable observations about that. And I suppose at its messiest, you do have command magic. You can just command him to faint. In the middle of the auction, in the hubbub, you can read his mind. But that is, of course, a little bit more high energy than we are aiming for. Nevertheless,
Options.
It's workable.
I am a doctor, so
you are a doctor. You can put him to sleep, stay by him, and then end at that moment. Also, it's rather embarrassing for him. Not that it's embarrassing to faint, but I think for him it might.
I certainly wouldn't complain if he died a little bit from embarrassment at the auction. I certainly wouldn't complain.
this is a very morbid conversation.
What?
Oh,
the
far
fact,
less morbid than the one we had previously.
the fact I might spill my drink on Edmund Beckett while we're there? Please.
Oh, don't do that.
No, I don't want to get near him.
In fact, we have a bit of a secret, well, unsecret weapon with Damon.
Yes.
He can schmooze.
Exactly. Possibly.
God. Possibly?
Possibly.
Damon
We can get Damon.
engages Edmund,
Yes.
and his envoy brings everyone drinks.
Mm-hmm. And then we pose a toast.
Mm-hmm. To new relationships.
I mean, it's possible.
It is.
There's also
Willow feels like in higher spirits, I will say, like the way that they are in this planning doesn't have that same like manic, like I'm just saying every dumb thought that comes to mind. There is like a actual investment here.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I think N seems a lot more
Yeah.
like calm and focused too.
Yeah.
There's also the possibility.
Even saying this
Go ahead.
No, even saying the kind of like hee worst case scenario has like a lot more grounds to it than I think the initial worst case scenario, which is we drag him into an alley and beat the shit out of him. So,
That's fair. That's fair.
yeah.
We've
Okay, wait.
upgraded.
Yeah. We're classy
I have a
now.
question. Who among us is going to be driving the cab if it comes to that?
Well, I need to be near
Yes.
Edmund, so
Yeah,
I'm
not
going to have
N.
to be somewhere on that situation. So
My
Do
only
you have? I look at Willow. Like, do you have any other identities we could borrow?
I do. More so than
Okay.
you. My main concern is that you are making a name and face for yourself if you are suddenly the driver. People will notice.
Yes.
The carriage
That's
will
why.
notice. The right axis of
It
the
will
wheels
creak.
will notice.
It will
Yeah.
creak. Yeah.
Likely the horses will notice. So
I mean, that
Horses
doesn't
love
mean
me.
might.
you two can't be nearby. But
I think it would be best if I was with Damon.
yes. And you two can take a
And
cab
someone-
that just happens to be going in the same direction as Edmund's for a little while.
Someone we don't know, I look at Willow, is driving the cab, and N is on the back or on top. How small can you make yourself?
N could be the footman.
Sure. Oh, yes, you can change as well. I'm the only one who can't. Right.
To your advantage. You are Luca
Yes.
Conson,
It's
and
fine.
he's marked, remember?
Yes, I am.
Riker, it'll
Do you think
probably
Prince
be
Riker
there.
will be there?
Yes, Tassi said
Oh.
Yes.
he'll most likely be there, along with other
I
sea
can say
dragons.
hello. So someone else will be driving, and someone else will be the footman.
Mhm.
And Damon and his entourage will leave. And if the two cabs happen to go the same direction, that's nothing of note. Damon is a upstanding figure in society, so him staying at the same hotel as Edmund would not cause anyone's wayward eye to look our way.
It's a decent cover.
If that's how the plan turns out, that's how the plan turns out. The other benefit of having Damon there as well is he can analyze Edmund. It might all fall
Yes.
through the ground when we realize that his monocle can see through all of us. We'll see.
Let's hope not. I'm still just hoping and praying that Edmund is at the bottom of this tower in terms of capabilities. Which isn't saying much considering he was, a knight and probably a Dark Lantern, but let's hopefully just isolate the psychic big magical whoop-de-doo tower spit to the top of the fucking tower.
Brunch.
Indeed. We'll just, if we'll have a cup of something. We'll clink a glass with N. What you said.
On the
Right.
subject of Damon, would you guys like to know the contents of his dossier?
Yeah,
Yes.
let's open that bitch.
Could
up.
we? Do we want to take an intermission first
Sure.
Might be
before
an
getting
idea.
into the Damon?
Take an intermission
Yes.
at whoop-de-doo tower spit bullshit.
Yeah. We clink a glass
That was
to go to
good
commercial
bullshit.
real quick.
Okay. So, you open up the manila folder of Damon's dossier.
Mhm.
There are just 4
Ooh.
pages of information in here. Handwritten, obviously. The first page is general instructions on how to behave and what answers you guys can give to people who ask about Damon. It's nothing too interesting, so we'll go over the particulars off camera. There's also a bunch of key phrases to listen out for in general. And what Damon intends to do there is mostly talk to people.
Moves.
The next 3 pages are labeled with each of your names and have individual instructions.
Oh.
Handy.
So,
Turn them around.
yeah. Who wants their instructions first?
Okay.
I feel I've looked at Luca, so I'm gonna say like
Okay.
Luca
Yeah.
seems like an instruction boy. Let's give him the instructions.
Okay, so instructions for Luca are to keep at Damon's side, play the role of stiff but polite bodyguard. He should try to make conversation with other bodyguards, military and ex-military types, and anybody who tries to flirt with him.
Wow, Damon is known as like in such a limited scope, and yet he has seen the Scarlet Prince, so I can see how he has come to this conclusion.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Ugh.
Pen's not working.
So-
I'm trying to take notes.
I'll go next
So,
if that's
yeah,
it.
instruction. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I'll paste these later as well in
Yeah.
chat.
Oh,
For
thank you.
record. So don't worry about it. Instructions for N are to work the room as you see fit. Keep an eye out for artists and buyers, especially anyone saying the key phrases or wearing dragon-marked house or national signifiers.
All
So.
right.
You have a little more wiggle room to flit about as you need to, with sort of things to look out for.
Mm-hmm. Cool. Plays to my strengths.
And instructions for Willow are to stick to Damon's side, directing him to art pieces of interest, and make note of money being bandied about. He also asks you to pay attention to staff and younger people who are attending the event.
I think Willow like tips their head at that. Then, do I know why? Can I make a check for why younger people specifically?
I don't think you know.
Okay, so I'm meant to be confused
So-
by this. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you can. I think Mim can try and hazard a guess, but I don't think Willow has any more information than Mim has.
Yeah. No, Willow's just gonna tip their head at it. The money part makes sense to them, but they're a bit confused about the young people.
Not as much information as I was expecting.
It's not
I
like
think
Damon.
Willow flips their page over to see if there's anything written on the back, but nope, we're not. Okay. Just looking at it.
And as far as we know, Damon isn't all-knowing. I don't think he's even entirely sure who all is going to be there. We're certainly not.
Flirt with people. Who does he think he is?
Are
Is that what
you
Willow says?
objecting?
Can we? Willow's going to gesture like, can we swap?
Yeah.
Willow's going to read Lucas and laugh, like burst into laughter. Yeah, well, he is smart. Gesture with N
did.
to swap.
Fight the Scarlet Prince, and then's gonna hand Willow theirs and take Lucas to read over, even though I think they were reading over Willow's shoulder just a bit.
You do the 3-way swap of reading
Yeah.
each
Yeah.
other's instructions to make sure you all know what you're doing.
I have to stay by his side. What if he likes me too? Everyone likes me. I'm a very likable person.
That's what we keep saying. Willow's reading.
Mine is good in that you two seem to have instructions to stay with him, but if he does approach Edmund, I can be occupied at the time elsewhere.
Mm.
And be ready to bring us drinks. I suppose I'll give you the potion when we get back.
Might be best if we all have
A
some,
container?
dose.
I suppose,
Sorry,
just in
excuse me.
case.
And if anyone happens to question why we have it on us at all, then we all have sleeping problems.
Hmm. Not entirely a lie.
Luca nods, like, yeah, tell me about it.
The benefit of it being simply more of a medication than an illicit substance.
That's true.
Cool. Willow seems
Something
vaguely
people-
lost in thought, back to looking at their own notes.
Speaking of, have you given any thought to... Luca kind of gestures vaguely.
Oh, Damon. Yeah, we're fine.
And like looks at Willow like, yeah, I saw you asking him about being a dragon the other day, so I'm just gonna like, I'm gonna assume you're feeling generally comfortable, question mark, with him.
Luca is unconvinced.
Is he gonna follow up on that?
He's looking at you,
Willow's
expecting you to
ponderous.
continue.
Willow said that and like looked away again. They're still thinking of other stuff.
Well, when we met him yesterday, or not yesterday, the other day, to pick up this dossier right here, no one seemed uncomfortable, so...
But that was a low-stakes situation. I'm more interested in how you'll be in a less relaxed environment.
Oh, I should probably fill you in. Willow returns like to Earth. They weren't meaning to hold out on you. They just weren't listening very much. Like they were just in their own thoughts.
Can I make a little
What's-
sneaky insight check on them? See how they are?
I can just tell you that they are thinking of what Damon in general. Like the plans aren't completely known to them. Usually they know the motivations behind things. Like, or can you hazard a guess? They're kind of like unsure about this particular angle. So yeah. Anyway, I suppose I should tell you. Where to begin?
About Damon?
Yes. I spoke to him
Alone?
without you two. Yeah.
And nods.
Actually, just after the lunch where I didn't speak at all.
Right.
Yeah, he slipped me a note, and I caught him at the ferry and invited him back here.
A note?
Did he request your audience in private?
No, it's nothing so straightforward. I sort of demanded his. I told him to come back to the boat. I asked him, rather. He knows someone from my past, so.
You are both of Siri, so
Yeah, so to speak.
was it Kenneth related?
No. Surprisingly, no. It flanked me a little, so sort of startled me into inviting him. But not in a nefarious way. It was,
So it wasn't a threat or
probably
anything.
more... No. Well, probably worse for him than it was for me. Really.
Right.
He he told me his larger plans, his overarching schemes, even
About
for us.
He wants to find his brother or resurrect his brother?
He said nothing about resurrection. Did he say something about resurrection to you, or was that just your assumption?
Luca waves his hand.
No, his brother seems to be alive. Just, trapped.
Where?
Willow raises their eyebrows towards N.
What, do you want me to take a wild guess?
No, His brother is, supposedly... What did Luca just say?
Sorry, I got the sniffles out of nowhere.
Oh.
It might just be easier for you to tell us things directly.
Willow was... Don't say it like that. Willow was literally about to. Was in the process of telling you.
It was supposed to be a gentle offering.
I'll just continue. His brother's trapped in the Mournlands. With a... dragon.
Oh, okay. Back up there, Willow Jenkins. In the moorland with the dragon, and he's alive. One of these things doesn't go together to me. How does he know that his brother is alive in that arrangement?
Didn't say.
Of course he did.
Does he know?
He said he has his ways. What is it specifically that he said? Willow taps on their brow. He has a sense... No, that was the other thing. He's got proof. That's the one.
But he neglected to
he
show
could be
that to you.
Of course.
Look, I suppose I don't
Before
even...
you...
No, go ahead.
Okay. No, go.
What I'm saying is I suppose it might not even matter. If there's even a chance that his brother is still alive. If he's willing to go fight a dragon for it. For a chance.
Well, that's why he wants our help, actually. He supposedly needs our help to slay the dragon.
Well, where did he get that idea? That we're at all equipped to slay a dragon? Barely equipped to slay a snapdragon, let alone a real, actual, literal dragon.
And it's also warped by the Mournlands, so...
Oh, and it's warped by the Mournlands!
Yeah. To that he says that he, Will they hold their hands up in advance, like they know how you're going to react to this? He's after us specifically, despite it being a rather ramshackle group at present, because we're pure of heart. Direct quote.
Okay, that might fly for one of us in the room. Guess which one? But not all of us. What is he on?
Desperation will make any man a little foolish, I suppose.
What did he mean by that? Let's examine this. Let's put it down and dictionary define. What does Damon mean by that?
I have some thoughts.
Please share.
I wouldn't say Damon's a fool. So there has to be some sort of basis to that. Well, desperation makes a fool of everybody, but that's not to say that he's not clever.
Taking
He
three
says
strangers
things
into
like
the
that.
Mournlands sounds pretty foolish.
It does.
To slay a dragon.
Trust me, he looked like he knew how silly it sounded. It's probably the reason why getting it out of him took, this long.
Yes, but
Not for...
Damon doesn't strike me as someone who is a bad read of character, and that's where this is confusing.
Then maybe that's... Well, they will cut themselves off then. Think of it this way. Where else do we hear phrases that don't necessarily seem relevant to us yet, but are certainly said in our vicinity?
Rate of fate is not lightly whatever.
Yeah, I don't know, Star-Touched
Exactly.
Wanderer, where do we hear those?
Exactly, penitent one.
And Luca.
And Luca. So
He
that's one
knows.
of my thought processes.
something about that?
Maybe.
What, that he's delivering us yet another prophecy? But in single lines, spattered throughout our many encounters with him.
Did you get one as well?
I don't know, he says a lot of shit.
Tell me the truth.
Not said anything particular, no. Except that he wouldn't let a dragon eat me. Now I know where that came from.
That's a nice thing to do.
I certainly wouldn't object if I find myself fighting a dragon someday.
It's so
There's that
ridiculous.
possibility. There is that possibility. I mean, we were gifted a prophecy. Shown a prophecy. Spoken. A prophecy was spoken in our company. It's not unreasonable that one could be spoken in his.
He does research things
About
that might
us?
lead him.
He might be in ours.
Hey,
I assumed Blazing Blade, but
his blade has yet to catch fire in my recollection, but we have only seen him fight non-lethally.
Was there anything else he said of note in your conversation?
Plenty. He, regardless of the wording, he seems to be rather attached to us being upstanding individuals, for whatever that means. And I'm sure it's occurred to him that if the mists of the Mournlands, Willow like pinches their brow a bit, if the mists of the Mournlands will mutate a dragon, then chances are they will mutate a person. But I'm sure he's factored that in.
I mean, you might be onto something with him getting a prophecy about us.
Maybe scrying could be a way that he was able to see that his brother was alive.
And
If
able
you
to
scry
see
and
that
there is no
Luca
one
is
to land
missing
on.
memories. Remember I told you back before when we were talking about Damon? And you gave us the little list of everything he told you? What did he say
Me, or-
exactly? He said something about... Well, he didn't say it. I read his mind about it. You didn't know that at the time, so I... Anyway, Anne's gonna open their book. Memories of home, something about that. I told you before, but we were all kind of frazzled at that point. The one-armed soldier seeks memories of home. Now that could just be Damon brain, but as I recall, Luca, you told us that you did not tell him about your amnesia at that point.
Luca shrugs. Sorry, I couldn't
Can't
confirm
say.
either way.
Well, regardless, he didn't say it out loud, he just thought it.
It's something about the poetry. It doesn't quite sound like something Damon would say. He could, moonlight as a...
Slam
Well,
poet.
I was going to say theater kid, but they looked at N like, maybe not,
Excuse
thespian.
me.
Not, whatever. Either way, it's a stretch, but he could just also, see the potential of the group in much the same way it seems most others have.
Well, it is a very confusing turn of phrase, but whatever he wants to define us as, sure. Maybe dragons
It's not
just
like it
really like the
matters.
taste of pure of heart.
Did Lucas say?
Like it matters.
What is that?
I doubt there's anything he could say to make you go into the Mournlands. or anything he could offer.
How does Willow
Who is
look?
Luca directing that statement at?
Willow.
How does Willow look?
Willow looks. I feel like their face doesn't change much, but they do kind of like look down a bit. If you know, when you can kind of feel like someone's like, while their body language hasn't changed, their vibe has sort of sunken a little,
Okay.
but in a ponderous way.
Luca will make an insight check then.
Well,
Yeah, that insight check was for
Ooh,
Willow too.
20!
Did I say something wrong?
you've hit a nerve.
Well, anyway.
A very conflicted, loaded nerve.
Is there anything he could give any of us to go into the Mournlands, really? I'm sure even you, Luca, have heard the stories.
I can't say I'm interested in trying to slay a dragon, no.
Willow will, I think Willow's like sunken mood kind of shifts into a bit of a wry smile. No, look. What would you save someone's family? If they asked.
I would. I don't know if it put myself or my friends in danger. Like, look for a different solution, I suppose.
I think we are the bottom of the barrel, which is to say that the rest of the barrel has been exhausted. I doubt you'd come to us as a first option.
That's a better
He did
read of
try to
character.
go by. He did try to go by himself already. He was turned back.
Yeah,
Turned
no
back.
shit.
The Mournlands, the mists, the everything. He couldn't get through it on his own, so he has requested our help.
I suppose we only agreed to assist him with tomorrow night, and then we can politely reject afterwards.
It's a test run. Never agreed to anything more.
Willow doesn't weigh in on this vibe. Actually, I wonder if any of you could.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
N is
Well,
looking.
Luca did just get a...
And
Luca just did
picked
get
up
a
on-
20 on you.
And N
I
picked
think-
up on
Yeah,
a certain
with
comment that Willow made as
I
well.
think, yes, I think
Yeah?
with the way that Willow is behaving now and what they have said so far, Luca, with that 20 roll on insight, Willow has an emotional attachment to Damon,
What about you,
and
Willow?
that is why they are unable to say no.
Are you going?
Is it because he's from Syria? Reasons don't matter.
But you want to help him find his family.
Willow's like struggling to think of words at the moment. Like they feel like both of you have suddenly like, got spotlights on them. Just because I haven't ruled it out doesn't mean that I'm jumping at the opportunity. But it, I mean, this after all, there's a lot more to consider, and he doesn't.
But you are considering it.
Apparently, I believe you could interpret the lack of a no as a... Yeah. Yes, I am considering it. Bizarrely.
Just for him, or is there something you're hoping to find?
I don't... I think Willow, rubs their brow and thinks of how to, where to begin. Well, I suppose if I was going to reach answers, his brother was a researcher. There is a high chance that whatever he's involved in could be related to the morning itself. Perhaps that's a stretch. But it's hard not to see the through lines. Potentially, Damon already said that knowing the cause of the morning could make it easier to find his brother, whether that means because he would be able to navigate the mists more easily, or...
Does that
Because-
matter to you?
What does what matter? In what sense?
Why would... Does it matter what caused the morning at this point? To any of us?
I think it matters for the people who suffered the loss. I think it matters to ensure it doesn't happen again. We have no guarantee that whatever was used in the morning won't be used on some other nation. That's just a practical stance.
Forgive me for saying that doesn't seem like a reason enough for Willow to try and find out.
I think that's for Willow to say. Don't you want to go back to Karnath to regain your memories? Isn't
Different.
this not so different? I don't think it really is.
It's different. I must ask, have I truly come across so self-centered?
Not self-centered, but
No, I don't believe that that is your main motivation for going. I was simply asking if there were any secondary motivations that might take you back there. It's such a dangerous place. Honestly, Willow, I don't know about your history with Ciri. You wear a coat like a Siren. Didn't see that until I learned where you came from, but did you grow up there? You don't have to answer. I'm just saying it out loud. We don't really know how deep your ties to Ciri go. Just that they go. Enough for you to put it on display.
Willow, I'm going to say you have a horrible realization that you are unknown, and that is why these wild assumptions keep coming at you.
Yeah. No, I feel like the statement before, it's kind of rested very
It's
heavy.
really, really
Willow.
weighing you down right now.
I think Willow's leaning in such a way where it's like the physical toll of this conversation is weighing on them, but not in the usual way. They are feeling much, but they are looking more tired of feeling than they are of feeling the feeling. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah.
I think Enz goes
We don't-
quiet, but they're... How do I say... They're not expectant of Willow. Like they said, they're just saying this and they're not expecting Willow to reply, but they are giving Willow a chance to. They're giving a silence, a space for Willow to process and consider.
Was Luca about to say something?
we can return to the discussion of the auction if that's better for you.
Please. Willow is going to sort of like smile at the two of you. I think the only thing worse than thinking of home is the pity from the two of you, so Willow like leans forward now, and they might pull out a parchment. How familiar are you two with the history of Ciri?
Just what they teach in school.
Did you learn about Dargoon?
Zeke?
You probably did. In the sense of, yeah, Rayland has a ceasefire with Dargoon, or had a ceasefire with Dargoon, back when it annexed itself from, or rather was annexed by the Hobgoblins.
Yeah, so.
Do I know anything other than that?
It used to be part of Ciri. That's about it.
Yeah, so
I
N will
think,
relay
unless
that.
you want to roll a history check.
Willow's happy to just tell you. They were just asking ahead of time if there's any indication of like uncertainty, like from Luca. They will just explain it.
Yeah, probably best.
Yeah, I think Willow's actually going to draw something up for you. No, they're actually, you know what? They're going to use the chess pieces. Just imagine, like, you know, like arranged like a triangle. They're going to put one chess piece like at the top of the triangle, another chess piece on the left side of the triangle, another chess piece on the lower right side of the triangle. Yeah? So just looking at a flat triangle. I could draw this on screen.
I can move us over to a blank page
Okay. Might as well.
so that you can draw on it. Here we go.
Okay. Oops. How do I select a color?
It's just
Draw shape,
the-
paintbrush, and then
Yeah.
No,
up next to it.
there it is. Got it. Didn't want it in yellow.
bit hard to see.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Oh, I see. I understand what's happening here. How do I erase this?
You click and
Oh, I see. All right, cool. I won't spend too long on this, obviously.
yeah.
I just want to draw a shape. Pardon me. So yeah, Willow's pulled out a part. Oh no, is doing this on the board. I can't figure out how to erase this.
You just literally select.
Select it with
I
the,
see. Gotcha.
the cursor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna freehand it. Pardon me for being wonky.
That's fine.
Yep.
This is worse than MS Paint, so.
Yeah, it is truly.
It does its best, but
Yeah. Okay, so what Willow is going to draw or show on the board is that triangle.
Yep.
So, Willow's going to explain. This is Ciri. During the war, rather, I should point out where Damon is from. Damon, let's just assume, is somewhere here at the top
Natural.
of this triangle. Metro.
What he said.
Mm-hmm. This would be Central Ciri. Down here, Southwestern Ciri, and then Eastern Ciri. During the war, Ciri lost this territory. In the lower corners. They lost Southeastern Ciri. Southwestern Ciri, rather. And it became Dargoon. And does it count as Eastern Syria, Zeke? Or is it Southeastern
Yes,
Syria as well?
it's Eastern.
Just East?
Yeah.
And then they lost Eastern Syria to become Valinor. So to begin telling you my history with Ciri, first comes the question of, well, I suppose I was born there. But I suppose it depends on where the border was at the time of my birth.
Right.
And to that, I suppose, very few can answer because I was born here, or thereabouts.
On the edge.
It was already Dargoon by the time I was there. Well, it's kind of like puts that spot there, looks very weighted, and then we'll now look to you both like. No, they're actually like thinking a bit about like what more to say. Okay, they're going to point out then. I was raised here. After spending a considerable amount of my youth there, I decided to go to the Tinkerers Guild, which is here, or thereabouts. From there, I graduated to the Fabricators Guild, which is, let's say, around here.
And nods. They remember that. They remember the Fabricators
Yep.
Guild.
And then, from there, east. Or thereabouts.
If I might ask, how long were you away before the morning?
Yes.
8?
Will it squint at you? Your connections. I'm trying to remember. Like,
Bit
Mim is
longer
trying to
than
remember
that.
what was that. Yeah. I have an exact date. Let me just rack my mind. I left 19, sorry. Yeah. 989. So however long that is.
Right.
So, the reason I'm showing you this map is when the morning hit, they say that mystical mist, filled Ciri. Pardon. As you can see from this, ideally, my hometown is actually on the outside of that. Though I suppose that depends, yet again, on the question. Where is Ciri? Where are its borders? And how far did the damage spread? If not the mist itself, then the beasts that come out of it. Or, the beasts that were already circling it. We were, after all, in a war. So.
Right.
To the question of whether I have anything to gain from going to Metro, no, not really.
But checking out here, that's gonna tap the spot of Willow's hometown. That's something.
Maybe. Willow leans back now kind of flippantly, sort of tosses their pen onto the paper.
It's hard for me
Haven't
to
looked.
imagine going back there and not even being curious about... No. To be curious is too gentle a word. But you know what I mean.
Mm.
Being that close. Not knowing
Indeed. Unless, of course, Willow gestures to himself and looks at you both like they're filling you in on a joke. Unless, of course, Willow Jenkins is a coward. At which case they would spend the last few years not looking back at all and shirking any possibility of ever returning. So,
I mean, I don't know if I would call that cowardly, considering...
Willow rolls their eyes and sits back in their chair.
Either way, regardless of if that is your reason for wanting to join Damon, I can see how it would be a draw.
No, I believe the reason for joining Damon would be, and joining seems, working for Damon, which is probably even worse. Working with Damon? In any case, it's hard to turn my back on Ciri, regardless of all of its faults. And despite how well I do it. Home is a bit of a soft spot, I would say.
And nods.
Really saying all of this with a kind of like smile about it. It's very clearly like ha ha ha, not funny, but like
Yeah.
yeah.
Luca,
Yes?
how are you taking all of this?
I don't know. Maybe people should check
I'm not checking.
if they want.
Sure, he's been pretty
Having a
quiet.
moment. I think I've been avoiding looking at Luca.
I think Anne's probably focused on Willow, all things considered.
Yeah. It's a heavy subject.
Fine,
So
I'll
Damon
cast a sideways glance.
gives you an excuse to go back for something other than what you want to go for.
Actually, you all give me an excuse to go back.
That eager to be rid of us, huh?
No. The
I'm joking.
Willow, yeah. Especially now that you know about your Ulrich. That is an even more obvious line across Corvair that leads right through my old territory, so it's a little harder to avoid the inevitable when it's so obvious.
What
Not even.
What do you mean? What does Luca's journey have to do with you?
Oh, well, if we end up. Okay, well. Those are principalities. Let me get.
And puts up their hands. Like, okay, yeah.
Those are principalities, Muralhold, Karnath. You will inevitably end up at Shan again.
I doubt it.
Can't go through them. Do you really expect to undo everything that has happened and get the vengeance that you seek without going back to the source?
We'll deal with that later.
Indeed. But in the interim, there is a clear-cut path that goes right through the Mournlands, no matter which way you go past it.
We could come around the other way. It's a longer journey, but...
Go to Karnath. Still have to pass by little old Dallybrook, so...
Yes, we do.
I said I'm a coward, not a liar. I've just been thinking about it.
Well, yes, it's a lot to think about.
Fine, I have cast a sideways glance at Luca. What's his vibe?
Confused, if not frustrated at you.
Okay, Willow's going to lean forward. What have I done this time?
It's right there.
Willow steals himself. What is?
Everything is right there, and you're not going.
That's more like it. Yeah. It's as they say. Whoa.
Does Luca just stay silent after that, or?
Yes. We'll meet Damon at his hotel before the auction. We will go with him to the auction.
And
What happens, happens. And we will work with what happens.
oh, are we just going back to planning now? Is that what you're doing?
What else is there? Willow hasn't
Look
made a
at you
choice.
vie for months and months for my answers, and I give you an answer, and you're upset.
I have no right to be upset.
And yet... But, hey, you are perhaps the only person that has had a reasonable reaction to this. Yes, indeed. How dare I? Willow, I imagine we have drinks. Willow raises a glass to Luca, like, cheers to that, they understand, and drink it. So now maybe you'll understand why I was planning to head all the way out east.
Don't understand anything about you.
Apparently. You can leave
Sorry.
if you'd like.
Yes, Luca, if you need to go calm down, go calm down.
I'm calm. Thank you. And I'm sorry for losing my temper.
Oh, speaking of pressed nerves, maybe we should talk about what we should do at the auction when something like this happens. There are a lot of upsetting things at the auction. Siri, war, and who knows what else. I didn't exactly get a good look at the things. If someone here ends up in an uncomfortable situation that makes them maybe more upset than they intended, we should have a place where we go to decompress, because we can't have something happening in the auction. We need to be together on this, not fighting and pressing nerves just because we're personally offended. So, Luca, you're the one who did the observations around the Grand Auction Hall. It might be ideal if our decompress location is not within the auction hall itself.
Willow's gonna leave. It's just like hit them. Yeah, Willow's gonna stand and go out of the boat. Just to the front of the boat to get some air.
Then we'll tap their pencil and put it down. Look at Luca.
Luca's looking at Willow's sketch.
How much time passes before Luca speaks again?
If he doesn't, I think En's gonna get up and go outside.
Then Anne will get up and go outside.
Alright. Oh, En's gonna go and find Willow.
I think as you leave, I want to just take a close-up on Luca. What you thinking about? What's going through Luca's mind?
A million things and nothing all at once.
Can we get
None
some
of it
flashes?
matters. Nothing he thinks matters because nothing matters to Willow, so nothing he thinks matters to Willow. Nothing he feels means anything to Willow. So
Roll an insight
Well-
check, please. So, you take a deep breath, and Seeker Elsa's gentle voice comes to mind. Telling you to steady yourself, to examine your own emotions. You are upset. You know that you are upset. You are upset because you have spent years trying to find where you belong. You have the barest of threads that you've just now found. Why else are you upset, Luca? Why are you upset with Willow?
it is frustrating to see someone who could do exactly what I want to do, shirking that just
you
because
really
they're
think-
afraid.
You're a very courageous man, Luca.
I'm not.
What do you think Willow is afraid of finding?
Nothing, but nothing is something.
Imagine if salvage burned down while you were away. And you knew it burned down, and you weren't there. You weren't there when it happened. You weren't there the day after it happened. You weren't there for so long. You think of the way Willow said, finally, to you, scolding them. And on a 14 insight check, I think it maybe clicks into place that Willow has been punishing themselves for their cowardice. Has probably been angry with themselves the same way that you are angry with them now.
Luca leans back in his chair. His head tips back a little bit. Rubs his hands over his face. Thinks of the fact that he wouldn't even have one of these if not for Willow.
Maybe you don't understand it. But then there are many things that you don't understand that still have good reasons behind them. You are allowed to be upset. You know that, Seeker Elsa has told you that. You are allowed to be frustrated with other people. But you have chosen your oath, which is not to punish people for inaction or cruelty or fear. But to seek to find a way forward, find a way to make amends. That's the whole reason why you took that oath. You live in a broken world with broken people, and you want to fix things. And being mad at somebody for breaking something does not actually fix it. So you sit with your anger and your frustration for a while, and you let it run its course. Meanwhile, let's go look at En and Willow.
Yes. I think I'll just try an insight check on Willow, even though I don't think I need to do that. Nope.
I
And
think you find Willow at the front of the boat, like front over to the side, like opposite on the. I imagine the door is on the port side, so Willow's on the starboard side, sort of.
Yeah.
Look overlooking the open sea, but like kind of hunched over the side of their boat, like staring directly at the ocean,
Yeah.
with their hands like firmly against the side.
En's gonna come up beside them, bit of a distance between them. Not a huge one, but giving Willow space. And go and stare out the ocean too. Oh,
You both stare.
didn't
A
exactly,
seagull wheels overhead.
didn't exactly expect the shit show to start before the auction.
Well, that went about exactly as I expected it to, so
Luca will come around.
it's not the point. Doesn't even matter what Luca thinks. Willow's going to start pacing around the boat.
Yeah, I suppose not.
You both keep saying things. Luca, oh, I could never leave them waiting for me at home. Oh, if it's all so hard, just write a letter. I can't write a letter. I can't go home. That's
I
why
know.
I'm here making blenders and hanging around. No, you...
Willow. Running from home. I might not understand what it's like for you, but I understand why. No, I can't say that. There's a lot of reasons someone might not want to go back home. And there's a lot of reasons that don't
Is
make
it
it easy.
there? Therein lies the crux. Where is home? Is it even there anymore? It was already teetering on the edge during the actual war, when I left the first time. So,
All the more reason
shrouded
it's
by the-
even more
oh.
difficult.
I don't need your validation at the moment, En. I don't believe it. I don't believe anything you say. I don't believe anything Damon says. The only thing I believe is what Luca says, because I've been saying it. And my brother, if he is alive, is probably saying it as well.
Your brother. What was his name?
You don't have to use past tense.
What
But
is his
you can't
name?
know.
Is he the only one? Were your parents with him? Sister? Another sibling?
What do you get out of this?
I think it's important. For you.
Okay. Grandparent, mom, dad, brother, his wife, his kids. The baker, the candlestick maker, everybody. Everybody I met at school. Hated it, but I still met everybody there. Everybody I met at the Tinkerers Guild. All of the merchants. I think Willow puts their face in their hands and like you can see like they keel over like they're about to like just like someone's crushing their back.
Yeah, I think Anne's hand kind of flinches for Willow, but they're not really sure they should get anywhere near them at this point. Do you think they're all going to call you a coward?
Part of me thinks they're all dead, and
And shrugs her shoulders, like...
if not dead, then twisted. If not twisted, then yeah, they probably hate me. Or worse, they don't. And they're waiting, and I just haven't shown up. I don't know which one's worse. All of them, I suppose. All at once and none at all.
Do you think they want you to be torturing yourself like this?
If I thought about what they thought about, I wouldn't be here.
Thinking of it now.
Oh, that's a dangerous thing. Because thinking of what they thought almost sent me out to Salona. Willow puts air quotes around Salona.
But now Damon has you thinking different.
Oh, it's not just Damon, don't give him so much credit. It's hard to turn away from Siri when it's staring me in the face. It's hard to turn away from anything when it's staring me in the face.
Is that what you want?
No. Apparently, I don't know. I don't...
I think, and you can push me right off your boat into the ocean if I'm overstepping. I probably am. But I think that your family, no matter how angry they might have been with you, or are with you, I don't think any of that is going to override the knowledge that you're alive and safe. Because if you are guessing on their fate, then they're probably guessing on yours too.
Willow's got like one hand braced on the edge of their boat. They gave a nod of like, I know that already. So they're looking a little bit more like a, dare I say it, cocky bastard about this, but it's very clearly to stop themselves from,
Yeah.
breaking down. They nod to end like, yeah, I've heard this before. As in they've told themselves this before, they've dreamt of this before,
I don't know if that's something that would change your trajectory one way or the other, but if them being mad at you is pushing you in any direction,
Willow sort of shakes their head. It's only by not thinking about what they might think that I think I've made any plans to head back into Corvair at all.
fair enough. So we really fucked that one up, didn't we? Look, I can't pretend to really know what you're going through or how you feel. But it sounds to me like you may not be able to outrun this. So maybe the only way is through.
Don't say it. I'm aware.
I'm sure
and
you
I've come
are.
to this conclusion. Even seeing Luca's fondness of me disappear right in front of my eyes, it's a good preview of things to come.
What did I just say?
I don't know nothing I didn't already know.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that tends to
Info
be
off the boat.
the routine with us. But Luca will come around. And
That's not.
the people,
Sorry, pardon me. Carry on. Yes.
the people that you will encounter when you go back there that you've known before.
Maybe. If they're not dead, or
If they're
turned
not
into
dead,
strange monsters.
they're going to be happy to see you.
Yes.
At least then, all these questions can be put to rest. At least then they're not haunting you. But if you did want to leave, go off to Sarlona or somewhere else. I think that's fair.
I was never going to Salona.
Sounds fun, though.
No. Well, I suppose it does sound fun, doesn't it?
It is a grand adventure to another continent.
Does sound that way.
Isn't that where Lazar came from? Ah, yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, now I see. Now I see why you chose it.
No, you're not understanding. Maybe you are.
I'm
Yeah.
kidding, Willow.
No. I'm. Yeah. Willow shrugs. Never mind. Either way, my excuses for heading east have been whittled quite thin lately, especially since you got the elemental on my boat.
So it's all my fault.
More or less. Yours and Luca's.
Troublemakers.
Luca's rectifying that by pushing me way back into the boat, though. But I wouldn't bail on a plan, so I'm not going to disappear overnight.
That would cause problems.
Trust me, it has.
Oh, I guess I'll just have to hate you forever.
That's what everyone else is doing.
You don't know that, Willow.
Oh, I know some.
Oh, I'm sure there's some. But not everyone.
There's some redheaded bastard flying around in the sky that hates my guts, so to speak.
Calvin?
Calvin?
Yeah, and snaps their
Oh.
fingers. The parade. Is that not correct?
That's exactly correct.
And it's sensing that it is not, but
They did make Willow laugh, so you know what?
yeah, they're taking this as a win. They're not gonna look a gift horse in the mouth.
I think, Luca, as you simmer down, you hear the outburst of Willow's slightly hysterical laugh,
Well, that's good.
and seems to be comforting them.
Calvin.
Yeah, Calvin breaks wind. That was it.
Oh, God. Well, I see you're next in line to be the most hated, so that's a relief.
Hey, already wrote Sharn off my list. Might as well do the principalities on my way out, eh?
That's my job. What am I going to do?
Oh, I don't know. You're a shifter of many talents. I'm sure you can find a new career.
Yeah.
Luca, how are you feeling after your...
Just tired.
Yeah. Still work to
Does
be
any-
done.
Yeah. Just wait for them to come back. Finish what we need to do.
Yeah, I think at some point during their conversation with Willow, and we'll actually ask, so, are we going to go and complete our plans? Or are we just gonna say we're done for today?
I don't know if that's up to me.
Hmm. Well, there's not much left to do. We've talked through a lot of it.
Probably should have considered that Luca might resent me after this news, thus affecting the team dynamic as we go into a big heist. But oh well, we'll manage.
It is what it is.
So it goes.
It's good to have the information regardless of the emotional reaction. I do want to apologize if I got a bit heated in there as well.
Willow shrugs. Thanks.
Either way, Luca can't pull himself out of that in time for a mission, and that does not bode well for us traveling across Corvair, so I'm just gonna... Anne's gonna hold their two fingers in a cross, crossing their fingers. Hope he can sort himself out. For my sake. You're a coward, and I'm a selfish bastard. You want me to go check on him? Or maybe I'll send Kai
Okay.
and really stir the pot.
I'll come.
You don't have to. I mean it.
What's the point in dallying out here? Might as well get it over with. Who is going to lead the way back into the room?
All right.
Into the boat.
God.
And walk with them.
Hmm?
God. I remember where Willow
Yeah.
keeps their alcohol, right?
Oh, Lord.
It's downstairs. Why?
I'll just go and grab a bottle. Just one bottle. This most empty one. Or the cheapest looking one.
Okay. What are you doing with it?
Bringing it upstairs.
Molotov.
I also thought about
Yeah, I'm gonna burn the boat down.
Cowards don't get to live through the night.
God. Yeah, okay.
Our bot died, by the way. Just so the audience
Yes,
knows.
yeah, sorry. Our music
No,
bot
this
is
is a time
struggling.
when we don't have music. There's too much emotion happening.
Yeah.
Like when they come in, I'm probably getting glasses.
Okay. You have a little bit of rum.
Ah, what's the occasion? Anne says, observing the 3 glasses.
Things breaking.
You want to be more specific?
Luca shrugs. Goes to sit down.
Not exactly the big toast I want to make before a big mission. But alcohol's alcohol, I suppose. And looks at Willow.
Willow looks like they are weathering a storm just by looking at Luca.
Luca gestures for Willow to come and sit down.
Their own boat. Wow. Willow does awkwardly, casually.
Yep, and we'll also join in.
Luca and Willow sitting across from each other and sort of between the two,
Yep.
looking in on the scene.
And is doing their very best to act very casual and has been since they stepped out of the boat to talk with Willow. It's very calm and casual between these two.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry for getting upset. It's not my place.
So expected it. It's fine.
Of course
Well,
you
it's
did.
not, but it's it is what it is.
I also got snippy with you, Luca, and I will apologize for that.
Luca nods.
Do you want to fight about it? Willow says flatly, looking directly at Luca.
What do you mean?
You're mad at me. Get it out your system.
I'm not mad
Sword
at
fight
you.
like old times. Mad at whatever this is. Hurt, disappointed, frustrated, whatever this feeling is.
That's why we have drinks.
I much prefer swords.
Oh,
I think on a 22 insight, please, Willow. Please,
Willow,
please,
what?
please
What's your
explain
vibe?
yourself. What's your vibe? What's all of your vibe, please, on a 22?
Oh, so fucking bad. Okay, so I said that Willow is in here as if they are weathering a storm. There is something about standing in front of Luca that is inherently hurting them. And I think offering to fight about it is kind of like more direct way of that happening.
Yeah.
Like, this is crushing me. Hit me if you're going to do it this way, like, might as well. Not even hit me, but like, give me a chance to parry with a sword. Make a game out of it, kind of thing. Because otherwise, Willow is just sitting here in this dense, ugly feeling. And feeling themselves be loathed by you, basically. So it's like, let's make that more useful. Wave a sword at me if you're going to do it that way, I'd literally rather you stab me, is the energy at the moment.
Yeah. What? Willow is feeling like they have irredeemably fucked up, and that your disappointment is more physically burdensome than if you had just
Killed them.
stabbed them.
Like, I just got at it. Yeah. There's the angle of also just like exerting that energy and getting it out in the open. The more surface level part of it is, hey, this sucks. Get your energy out of your system.
Luca drinks his drink like a shot and then jerks his head for Willow to follow.
Here we fucking go.
Yeah, and throws back their drink like a shot and we'll go with them.
Yeah, you know what? Willow will too.
You walk out onto the beach.
Onto the dock? I think on the dock would be cool.
Yeah, okay, onto the dock.
Yeah. Has Luca armed himself? Has he got his sword?
No.
Why not?
This is a fisticuff situation.
No, absolutely not. Luca's going to pull their sword out.
Luca spreads his arms.
Bring your sword.
Don't eat it.
I'm not going to stab you.
You can't.
Fine. Very dishonorable way to play, but why not? Keep count, and
What am I good for? Don't fuck each other up too badly, I need you.
noted. Do we roll initiative?
Yeah, why not? Let's roll initiative. I'm gonna quickly add an unarmed strike to Luca.
Thank you.
Yep. Shit.
Oh.
Oh wait, no, I win. Ha.
Yep.
It's barely.
Um, okay. 1 second. Okay. I've put Luca's unarmed strike at the top of his
Thank
thingy.
you.
Oh wait, no one. Hold on. It has to be an item for some reason. Anyway, it's in there.
Thank you.
So, Willow
Thanks.
first.
Willow's got a bit of a different swagger about them in this fight, I
Mhm.
would say. Like their
Mhm.
poise as Cognaut is usually quite like significantly. Oh, it's poised, yeah.
Yeah.
They're kind of like spinning their sword. They got like a very much more relaxed attitude about this. But they're gonna go for a big hit in the first round, so let's try.
Damn. That's a hit, I think.
Yep. Luca takes it.
Cool.
It's against his
Luca, your
porcelain
turn.
Luca will step in the way of it to make sure that you hit his skin.
Nope. I get to choose where it lands, don't I?
Can I adjust?
I think you cut under his arm. Enough
Okay,
to draw
yeah,
blood.
No. Willow will know that they aimed and that he moved. You
Yeah.
stepped into that.
Did I?
Yes.
One for Willow.
Luca, your turn.
I end my turn.
Come on.
Is that it?
Fine. Willow's going to pull their crossbow. Like with their other hand. They're going to aim it at him. You're not going to fight back.
Drugs.
Then why are we out here?
You're smart. You'll figure it out.
Willow's not going to fire, you bastard! They look more frustrated by that fact that you've invited them out and they took the first hit and you're not responding. That's so annoying.
So they're not going to attack me?
Not if you're not playing.
Alright, so you end your turn like that?
Yes, I guess.
Okay. I would like to rush in and disarm them. Try and get their
Okay.
crossbow out of their hand completely.
Make an athletics check. Contested.
That's my athletics weapon. Oh, sorry. Can I roll that again? Because it
Yeah.
technically got bumped by the thing.
Willow, roll athletics to contest. Fail.
So
Luca
I-
grabs you and smacks the crossbow out of your hands. Your turn, Willow. You are grappled currently. You can still attack. Admittedly, you would have to draw a different weapon.
I'm gonna use my magic missiles. They can't be. You can't deflect where they land. They're going to
No.
all hit your arm.
Okay.
okay.
Another.
Oh yeah, that's right. It's basically
Damage to
the
the
crossbow gets landed at. Willow's not hitting you in hurtful ways. They just
Here's the thing. Arm damage to the arm still counts as damage to Luca.
fine. Well, then they shoot once. Warning shot then.
You send the other 2 missiles flying into the sand, basically hitting nothing.
Yeah.
Okay. Luca, your turn?
Are they still holding their sword?
No, they haven't drawn it.
They did.
Yeah, they
They
did.
still had it in there.
They were dual wielding.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I want to disarm their sword.
Roll another athletics check contested. Well,
Oh.
you just barely managed to keep a hold of your sword as Luca wrestles with you. You are sort of arms locked. Willow, your turn.
2 for Willow, 1 for Luca.
I think Willow's going to straighten up. Luca, how does it feel to know that your savior's a coward?
Luca makes a face, but it's hard to tell what it is.
I think Willow's going to thunder gauntlet click. I think.
Okay.
Where?
Next to their head,
Well,
sort of aimed towards Luca.
yeah.
Luca takes it.
You can't because that doesn't hit your armor class.
It doesn't.
So, like, Willow attempts to, like, thunder punch, but it just, while you're, like, struggling, I imagine Luca still has his arms on Willow's wrists and stuff, because this is a close quarters scuffle. So the shot just goes wide.
I'm gonna attempt to remove their sword.
Okay. Once again. With feeling.
Ooh.
Ooh. Roll again.
Who?
Both of you.
I like. We have that brief moment of like being equally matched though, which is nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if
Shit.
Luca eventually overpowers you, sword is tossed aside. Not irretrievable, but... Willow, your turn.
Willow is disarmed now. They're not technically disarmed. They have another sword in their pocket. They have multiple gadgets at their disposal.
Yeah, you also still have the gauntlets, if you choose
Yeah.
to use them.
But they are annoyed by this fight. It's they're not going to continue. What is the purpose of this?
You'll get there.
No, stop being condescending. What is the purpose of this?
Figure it out.
Are you making a point?
Obviously.
Feel free to say it with your words, like you have so often told me to do.
Doesn't work with you.
Am I being trained?
Make an insight check, I guess.
Oh, good job. Luca wants you to hit him.
Too bad.
It's not stopping until you do.
Yes, you are. But listen, I'm not going to hit you. Not while you're unarmed.
And what? So why would I hit you?
Because I was armed. And because this was a duel.
Go back to the beginning.
Ugh. Thank you for the life lesson, Luca.
This isn't a life lesson. Just
What is it then?
do it.
What? Do what?
Hit me.
No.
If I hit you first, will you do it back?
Depends how hard you hit me. With any luck, I
I'm
won't
not
have
gonna
to.
put you down.
Remember what I said.
We won't ruin anything for you, Anne.
Thank you.
Just do it.
Lucas, certainly ruining this duel. It's no fun if you don't play along.
All right, I'll gut punch Willow.
Yeah, roll to attack. Unarmed strike. Oh yeah, that for sure hits.
Oh my god.
For
Ow.
5 whole damage. Like, you are briefly winded, Willow. That hurt, like, a lot.
Yeah. I think Willow kind of buckles, like, to a knee.
Well, you were supposed to hit me first.
Did I ruin your plans?
Not yet. You're still awake.
Willow, your turn.
I think, Willow's... Remind me, how does my lightning launcher work?
You either have the Thunder Gauntlets or the Lightning Launcher, so...
Right. Damn. That's okay.
There is Lightning Lure.
Yeah.
All right,
think
I'm gonna
Willow's
give you
going
I
this.
want to use that instead.
Luca
no,
wants you to
what?
draw blood from him.
Too bad. Willow's going to use their lightning lure.
Okay,
And,
then.
Well,
Yeah,
that will work.
Because, you know, Willow's, I just imagine, like, the vibe of Willow's buckled slightly, and then, like, while they're down, all the sparks start happening. You can see it, like, rattle through their body, like, reflecting their glasses and everything. And then they're going to try and, oops, hit the wrong
Lightning
button.
Lure.
Ignore the first one.
Okay. Luca,
Missed
make
anyway.
a strength save. No, he has to make
Oh,
a strength
no, it
saving
doesn't.
throw. Lightning Lure is different. So, you whip your rope of lightning at Luca, but he is unmoved by it. Luca, your turn.
I'm going to kind of straighten Willow out, basically.
Willow, you are forcibly drawn back up to your feet.
Oh, Willow hates that. They say, don't patronize me, and then they're going to try again.
Is it another strength
You-
save?
Yes, unless you want to fail that.
Sure.
So, Luca fails the strength saving throw on purpose. You take
So what
3 lightning
happens?
damage. Luca gets pulled in and zapped for 3 lightning. It hurts. It stings.
Yeah. Feels particularly weird where his arm meets his prosthetic, I imagine.
Yeah. Sets your teeth on edge. Like you've just been chewing electric wires.
Classic Luca things.
For the audience.
I'm not going to do anything. So
If Willow sees you get electrocuted and relent, they're opting out of the fight. They lost their cool for a second. They're opting out.
I'm still
It's enough.
grappling you. So
How? I grappled you.
we're mutually grappled.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So, Willow, if you want to break grapple, you need to make an acrobatics or athletics check contested against Luca.
If he's
to
holding,
get
if he's
out of his
keeping
grip.
at close range, I'll Thunder Gauntlet him again.
Okay.
This is kind of like a shove against his chest.
Yeah, that's a big hit.
Ooh,
That's a violent hit.
nice.
That's a blow your arm off hit if Luca was not as strong as he is.
Yeah. So the lightning, then the thunder. Yeah. Really like slaps you hard against the chest.
You stagger back a little bit. That hurt.
Okay. Forgot
That
you
was
could
a
do
real. That was a. If it wasn't blunt force trauma, would draw blood kind of hit.
Okay. And now I want to encroach on Willow, basically,
Mm-hmm.
and
What you doing?
offer them my hand.
Willow's like, I imagine like you got the visual of the lightning lure still sparking across them, like almost like how their armor is when it's breaking.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they like glaring at your hand, like, what about it? But they don't say anything. They're just breathing heavy and glaring.
Luca's just gonna offer and wait.
What?
Take it.
Willow doesn't want to. Fuck, this is such like mixed signals. I don't know what to do.
Mixed messages.
Yeah.
Just Luca is getting frustrated at you.
You want to just grab their hand?
Bro.
Yeah, I'm just gonna grab their hand and I'm going to draw them against me and I'm going to hug them tightly. And I'm going to speak very quietly and say, I am sorry for everything that has left you like this.
How the fuck am I meant to begin processing this? What is this? I don't know what to do. What?
I'm sorry for being part of it. I'm sorry for hurting you. I'm sorry that we live in a world that has been so cruel to you.
Luca's apologizing for the war, Willow. Luca is apologizing for absolutely everything that has gotten between you and your family and your happiness. Luca is making an apology on behalf of your entire life.
I do imagine that Willow's been that last hit came with a lot behind it, yeah?
Yeah.
The
Yep.
lightning lure and the thunder gauntlet had like a lot in it.
Yep.
Yeah.
And Willow doesn't actually have a lot of that in them. That kind of aggressive anger doesn't have a long shelf life with Willow.
Yeah.
So I do imagine, especially after he basically forces them into a hug, it's very easy for the angry shaking and it's very easy for the anger to reroot very suddenly into like Willow's miserable.
Luca
I
is
and weirdly touched and very concerned and all of those things.
I think Luca feels Willow like slump in your arms. Of like, this has hit them in a way of like emotionally that they can't really hold back. They can't repress.
Luca has an arm around their waist, holding them up, basically, and gently touch their hair, the back of their head. Keep them close. Not a coward.
Willow doesn't say anything. They don't really know what to do. They're just kind of limply there.
If you never want to see me again, that's fine. After tomorrow. I hope
How do you react to that, Willow?
I don't think they have the energy to say anything, but the way their head kind of shifts into Luca suggests they don't particularly want that either. But I don't think they can articulate or even like fathom that thought in words at the moment. It has been a consistent thought.
And I check, like, see if I can figure out what they're vibing.
Yeah, make an insight check. Willow's fingertips are slightly dug into the fabric of your clothes. Their head is slumped against your shoulder. If you let go of them now, they might just fall to their knees in the sand.
On the dock. Unless they've moved to the sand.
Or, well, dock,
Yeah.
whatever. There's sand on the dock, I'm sure.
So fair.
Fall to their knees. At the moment, you might be the only thing supporting them for now. I think Willow has been carrying this weight alone for a very long time, and they don't know how to let it go. And they
It's fine.
don't know how to let other people hold it either.
They seem like
I'ma
they
say-
want Luca. Oh, yeah?
No, that Willow's not going to say anything, but I'm going to say that I don't think Willow knows how to cry about this either. So they're standing with all the energy of someone that should be in shambles and tears, but they're just like sort of
They're just
hollowed
like
out
blocked up
against you.
If
So
they
they
could
seem like-
cry, they would, but
Yeah.
they can't because it's just blocked.
It's okay. I can cry for you for as long as you need.
And I think N is watching this, and as it has kind of simmered down into what has become, a smile crosses N's face. Something about this feels familiar. In a strange, distant, disconnected way. Just give them space.
Yeah. You're there when they need you.
Yep. I'll be here when they're ready. Just waiting for when they're ready.
Willow, make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh.
Maybe I do know how to cry.
I think I was actually going to push it the other way
joking.
of like,
Oh yeah.
a high save would have allowed you to cry,
So true.
Oh.
where it's like you overcome this mental block that you've put up. But I don't think you're capable of it yet. So instead, you just breathe heavily. Your throat feels tight and you feel sick to your stomach, because that is how you have always felt when dealing with the enormity of the guilt, the shame of surviving and being out here and never looking back. You just breathe heavily and swallow and let Luca hold you until the feeling subsides enough that you can find your own feet again and support yourself as you've always had to. Luca doesn't, or rather, Luca, I think you know that Willow hasn't been able to process this grief yet. They're just at the starting line of processing this grief. They've been holding it back for years, and they're still holding it back because it's too much, it's too big. They can't let themselves break because they can't.
Not yet.
Whatever.
But they told you about it. And that's a step forward.
Yeah.
It occurs to you to ask if Willow has ever told anybody about this.
I'm gonna gently rest my cheek on top of their head. I think I can feel their ears like crumple under my face. So I adjust so that it's not so awkwardly positioned.
Their ears are very soft.
Yeah, but I don't want them to get sore. And I'll speak very quietly because of how close I am to their ears. And they have super hearing. It's... Actually, can I make an educated guess on whether or not they would have shared this with someone? Because I feel like it's very clear that they probably haven't.
Yeah. I think it's not an outlandish thing to assume that Willow has not said it.
It's hard to speak about what frightens you. Thank you for sharing with me, even if it was through my own feelings.
Willie just gives like the faintest nod. I think it's notable too that they don't seem to talk when they're this upset, like at all. And they just haven't said anything, haven't even like vocalized at all.
They are choked up. The moment winds down. Luca is still supporting Willow in a hug.
I think
He will stay here until he is no longer needed, even if it's all night.
Willow would not let that happen. I do think that Willow is going to, at the earliest sign of them having a capacity to speak aloud, and only if they speak aloud with a level of evenness. They're not going to talk aloud if their voice is going to wobble or anything silly like that.
Yeah.
They're going to straighten up, sort of look at Luca for a moment. What does he look like?
Weighted. He feels an immense guilt for being anything but supportive when you told him.
And I think Willow will look at him and like absorb that and whatever that means. And then look past him to N and say, I think I win.
And is going to stick their hand up in the air. Willow wins! And slice it down. Game. And smirk at Willow.
Willow's going to clap Luca on the chest, like twice, and say, better luck next time. And then walk past him.
Luca is sore from being electrocuted in the chest.
Come on, you two.
Willow will also cure. One of those would be a cure wound.
Okay, roll.
Trying to find it.
Is it not in your main spells on the front sheet?
Sorry, I'm dead on the inside. I can't think of what.
It's under catapult.
Can Luca
above magic
reject
missile.
it?
Nope.
No.
Unless I miss. Somehow.
I kind of imagined it as Willow just kind of patting Luca on the way past and it hearing Luca on the way.
Yeah, that's literally
they make
it.
this gesture for the
So
spell.
it kind of happens before
they...
Luca knows it's happening.
Yeah.
Well, you could tit for tat and slap Willow back with a lay on hands.
I was probably doing that the whole time, honestly.
No. If Willow felt that they were being cured, they would have been more pissed off.
Okay. Not now. Not yet.
Okay.
Yeah. I think N's gonna go ahead back into the scrap bucket if that seems to be our trajectory and like start making tea. Will they wait for these two chuckle fucks to hobble back in?
It's nothing a good night's rest won't cure.
Just makes themselves right at home in the scrap bucket and starts making tea as if they are Elsa. Waiting for the two scrappers to come in from the garden.
I think the air is cleared.
Is it?
Well, it's cleared enough.
Yeah.
Look, there's still clouds overhead, but the worst has passed for now. It'll rain again, but like, that's later.
It's very back to business, yeah.
It is. You are in a state well enough that you can settle down, drink your tea, go over the plans once more for tomorrow.
Yeah, I think Willow's going
understand
to drop
that.
So, go.
Understand that, like, this conversation isn't over, but it is bookmarked for later.
Yeah. I actually imagine once Luca comes in and, like, ends at the stove, Willow's going to stand over the table, like, with their fingertips braced around the chessboard and, like, the various notes they have. And they're going to say, so, sad shit aside, and then go back to talking about all the plans.
Of course.
Let's quickly run through the plans and wrap up the episode.
I don't mind if we go a little bit longer just to get to our
Yeah.
point.
Stopping
And
point?
since we
Yeah.
won't be
Yeah.
having an episode next week, I don't mind if
This
we
is
go
true,
a little
I
bit
guess.
longer just to get to the point we want to get to.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm also happy to montage the end of this planning sequence, honestly.
Yeah.
Yes,
To just say,
that's
we
what I was
planned.
hoping
Yeah,
to.
exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, any salient points to cover?
Yeah, well, Anne was trying to cover the meeting points that if this were to happen, okay, let's pretend all of this happened, but we're in the auction house. Where are we going for this fight?
Luca will mark somewhere nearby that has a direct line to the entrance, but is private for, personal crying.
There's an alley on the side of the auction hall.
Yeah.
Like there's a sort of a by road.
Back alley
Back
beat
of
up,
some-
but it's all of us this time.
Yes.
Instead of Advent, we'll just drag each other back there. Get it together, pal! Since that seems to work
Yes.
so well.
Sorry.
Yeah, look. Punch it out and then have a hug.
Absolutely. That's why Anne was smiling. Communication measures.
bitch!
Safe words.
I could have given
warning words. Hot
I could have
potato.
given Willow my inspiration so they could have succeeded on their wisdom saving throw.
It's fine.
It's
Another
fine.
time.
Maybe
Next
this
time.
is how it's supposed to be. But yeah, I think Anne is
Yeah.
going to run through the same safe words that they used when they were infiltrating the crown. Like we'll keep using that system here.
Mm-hmm.
So gravy, hot potato.
Hot
all
potato
that.
is everything.
Hot potatoes, everything's gone to
Yep.
shit. Gravy is everything's
Gravy
cool.
is everything's good.
Yeah.
Gravy is so
Does
far so
Willer
good.
have,
Hot
like-
potato is everything is terrible.
Yes.
Does Willow have like food in their house?
Bread.
Yeah.
I
Bread.
think Luca will try to
Mostly bread.
make a meal
Pan
for them.
toast.
Didn't you
Pan
bring
toast.
We've already had
Aren't
so
we
much
eating
Yeah.
curry.
I ate that while I was
I'm sure you
crying.
brought enough.
Thank you.
I'm sure Luca brought heaps.
No, not
He
enough.
didn't.
Worst case, we go to the quail. I think Willow's got like very very attentive planning vibes, and then occasionally complete absence.
Yeah.
Like they have these like lapses from conversation where they're just like looking at nothing. So yeah, you're stuck with that kind of Willow, but they're nonetheless like functional in the times where they are functioning.
yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
Very back to business. Yeah,
And then also
You're
would
working
probably,
through it.
yeah,
yeah.
that's why. And is also just sticking business and just letting Willow ride out whatever they need to while marking out a map and making notes, and also probably setting up a place where we can regroup within the auction area if we're separated.
Yes.
So like a certain
Yeah.
a certain art piece or something that they can like, okay, if we're scattered and we need to regroup, but don't want to regroup outside the auction house, we'll regroup here.
Yeah. It's probably close
Yeah.
to a door
Yeah.
within the auction house. So, like a door in this particular gallery room. If we need to regroup, we'll meeting point there because doors are easy to like move through. You
Yeah.
know, if you need to get from one place to another, you're not like backed into a corner or anything.
Yeah. So then it's just very concise and just hashing out these particular issues.
Okay. Okay. You hash these moments out. You're all feeling a little bit frazzled by the end of it, but you feel prepared for the next day.
Yes.
You have your code words for various situations. You go over your names, the information that Damon gave you.
Yes. And we'll
what
be
resources you have.
using Castor at the auction house.
Mm-hmm. All good.
Castor, Gil, and Luca.
Yep. With that wrapped up, what next?
Luca seems like he's not going to leave until he's told to, pretty much.
Yeah, I don't know. Does Willow want space? Or are we staying here the night?
I think Willow's going to say something along the lines of, like, we should get some rest. Big day tomorrow.
Would you like a bed to sleep in?
I have mine here.
Well, there's always one at the Poppy.
Willow
And
nods.
we're no strangers to sleeping on this old thing. And knocks on the floor.
If it's all the same to the two of you, I wouldn't mind being alone.
And nods.
Luca nods.
Then I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for listening to all my tower spit.
Likewise.
And En's going to tip an invisible hat at Willow. And move for the door.
You know what? I think before Luca leaves, Willow's going to... And before En gets out of earshot too, Willow might mention, Luca. There's something that occurred to me while I was facing that which cannot be faced. Or rather something that's been lingering in the back of my mind for a while. The morning mist, the strange magic that has covered what used to be Ciri. Oof. Halfway through saying this, Willow has been hit by doubts that they should even say this, but... shit. It's too late now, isn't it? They're sort of halting. Is it too late? Shit. Oh, anyway, we're here. Whatever.
Say it.
Okay.
Luca offers Willow his hand.
Willow waves the hand off, like they don't want to hold his hand while saying this. It's said that people that survive the mist, they are few, but there are survivors. Their memory of the events is always shaky. No one quite remembers it correctly.
Think I'm from Ciri?
No, I think that you are a Karnathi soldier that happened to be there at the time. That is my long-standing theory. And it's... Considering you popped out in Breland, what lies between Karnath and Breland is, well, the Mournlands, so... But I suppose I'm trying to say is that, Damon's quest doesn't just involve boons for me. I think it may include answers for you. Or rather, you may have answers for it. While we're in the mood for sharing, Willow shrugs like that is all they can say.
Luca just kind of smiles, almost amused. Thank you for telling me.
Willow just shrugs and, yeah.
Good night, Willow.
Good night.
And you leave to your separate places. Luca and Anne return to the poppy. Willow tidies up for the night. What do you do before you settle down to sleep, Willow? If anything.
I think Willow takes off their glasses and just sits at their table and like looks at the map they drew. Scrolled and
Mm-hmm.
bad. It's an ugly map, but it gets the point across. It was like kind of skewed, and they threw their pen at it as well. So they're just like neatening things up, and it's rested on the chessboard.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's like landed there, and there is a... Willow's been using this chessboard to visualize the plans ahead, and it just so happens that, hey, the map is on there. Ha ha ha, isn't that funny? Willow's resigned, but not amused. They are so heavy with feeling that they don't know what to do about it. And I don't think we get a shot of them going to bed because Mim is not sure what they're going to do that night.
Oh.
So I think we'll leave that up in the air until
You decide. Yeah.
Yeah, because who knows? It might be a wander through salvage, might be face down, go to bed, might be Star Touch wanderings. I don't know.
Who could say?
At the moment. Yeah.
We go back to the poppy. Luca, what do you do before you go to bed?
Like a confessional, basically.
Okay. You talked with Seeker Elsa over it.
Yeah. Forgive me, Seeker. I was a dick to my friend.
But did you make it right?
I tried.
And that's all that could be asked. You still feel a little bit heavy after it all, but
Yeah,
it's a weight you can carry.
that's why I'm so big.
Yeah. It is a weight you have chosen to carry. Anne.
Yeah. And since Luca and Willow's little moment, Anne has been trying to be very much a beacon of calm and listening. Just being there for the two of them. But now that they're back at the poppy, they just feel tired.
Mm-hmm.
From everything from the auction to the thoughts that stirred between watching Luca and Willow fight and trying to talk to Willow about how people feel when you go missing. And will probably bathe in the morning. Right now they just want to go face first into that bed and pass the fuck out.
And you do.
And they do. But I am a penitent dream speaker, aren't I?
Oh.
That you are.
I had a
And
dream
the dreams
about...
speak to you.
Yes. They sure do. Once upon a time, I had a dream about Edmund Beckett killing Luca. It's that dream again. And once more finds themselves trapped in the wings of a theater, magically bound to a chair. They look around. Willow is there too, bound alongside them. Caught because N was caught. Sir Edmund Beckett, Knight of Brayland, is missing now. In his wake, Luca's corpse, laid out in front of N and Willow in a hideous display of empty eyes and limp limbs. And there he stays, crumpled in a sea of blood out of reach, and doesn't even bother to struggle against their binds anymore. They know it's useless. And then the magic binds release. The spell is broken. No, not broken. Sabotaged. A gloved hand is offered to N, and as they raise their head, they find Willow standing there, free. And accepts Willow's hand. They've done it before. This is familiar. As is the way Willow pulls them to their feet. They stare at N through those thick glasses, unconcerned and unafraid of what's happened, of what N has brought down on them, and all N can do is gaze at them in shock. And then N's attention snaps away from Willow, to Luca still on the ground, still motionless. Hurrying past Willow, N collapses at Luca's side. This is their fault. This is their fault. This is familiar. They touch at Luca's wounds. Focus. The palm of their hands aglow with an unnatural purple light. They struggle to summon that healing power they used once before, to thrust life back into Luca, but he's cold under their touch. It's too late for such meager powers to be of any use. Another pair of hands joins them upon Luca's body, illuminated by a soothing red glow, and pulls their focus away from Luca to discover Seeker Elsa knelt there beside them, a comforting smile on her face as she offers up healing magic of her own. Luca won't die on her watch. In a moment, Luca's eyes flicker open. All he'd been doing up until now was sleep. He sits up, Elsa's hands steadying him by his shoulders. With a sense of innocent wonder, he looks to each of his companions, to Willow, to Elsa, to N. Without knowing how they got there, the three find themselves in his embrace. Elsa on one side, and on the other, Willow draped over his back. He is warm. He is alive. This is familiar. And then N feels eyes on them. They lift their head from Luca to see him, Sir Edmund Beckett, standing in the shadows that surround them, watching the show. He begins to walk away, the tap of his cane echoing with every step. Rage swells in N's chest. He will not get away with what he's done. N wrenches themselves from the hug. They hear Luca cry out. They feel Willow's hand on their arm, like when Willow tried to stop them from pursuing Rosalia. This is familiar, as is the way N breaks free of Willow's desperate grasp. They give chase. Rushing into the darkness disoriented, they search wildly for Edmund, and in a flicker of clarity, they witness the man push his way through a door illuminated by a spotlight, a single solitary adornment in the choking black, and charges after him, hurling themselves through that door. Stumble to a stop, suddenly greeted by familiar fake walls, frames, and sculptures arranged in a maze of hopes and fears for Corvair, the grand auction hall. Edmund Beckett is nowhere in sight, but not easily deterred, and begins to navigate the maze, head low, eyes as sharp as a predator. They don't look at the artwork around them. Something in their gut tells them they shouldn't. Rounding the corner, they're confronted by the sight of Edmund standing with his hand on the shoulder of a human woman, short, sandy blonde hair, horrified, glistening autumnal eyes. Sight makes N's furies flare. A knife is in their hand. They lunge for the kill. The blade stops short with a dull click, making impact on a solid surface rather than flesh. Startled, N extends their hand. Their palm meets a glass pane. A tank? No. A display case. A massive glass confinement just for them. Beyond their cage, they watch Edmund take Katja by the arm and walk away, helpless to stop him as he draws the terrified woman into the depths of the auction. Out of sight. And slams their fist against the glass in protest, screams, every sound silenced by the glass encasing them. Nothing but a failure on display. And crumples to their knees. And there they stay, mourning lost life and lost opportunity in selfish, reckless actions. Until motion beyond the glass pulls their attention. A young elf man, olive skin and braids in his hair. His translucent form knelt on the other side of the glass. He stares at N. N doesn't mean to look at him. They can't turn away now. As if spellbound, they reach for him. He reaches back, their palms meeting against the glass. A dark figure appears behind the elf. In a violent motion that reminds N of a trapdoor spider, Kai's arms snap around the young man. In the same instant, darkness envelops N a numb, all-encompassing darkness embracing them, closing their eyes, draining away all the confusion, fear, and fury, till it becomes a weightless calm. And doesn't need to see him to know Kai is all around them. This is familiar. And I think Anne doesn't have any more dreams that night.
Dreamless sleep. Dreamless sleep for all of you. The next day comes. The 18th. At 6 p.m., you will head to the auction. Before that, you need to meet Damon Ir Ardantego at the Gold Dragon Inn in Regal Port. You are all preparing yourselves for the night ahead. We see brief flashes of you all packing up your new uniforms to attend the event. You head together on the ferry.
Yeah. And is probably doing an internal check-in with someone
Yeah.
while they're on the ferry.
One moment. What do you say to the eye?
What do you say to an eye after everything? I guess just... How are you feeling about all this?
I am anticipating what we will learn.
Yes. Learning is the hope. And we have to remain restrained.
We will act when the time is right.
Yes. Can't be reckless. Can't endanger our allies. We have a big tower
We
to climb.
will learn. And we will use that information. We have time,
We do.
and we have a long list. We will find the root of this. For now, we follow where this stem leads us. We will find out why you and I were brought together. We will find out why such cruelty flourishes in the shadows.
Sounds like you have a good handle on the situation, then. But if there's anything that isn't clear, or any particular concerns you'd like to share before we get into the thick of it, then this is the time.
The eye remains silent, and you think you're about as prepared as you'll be.
Alright then. Take that as a no. So Anne would close their book. I imagine they were writing on the ferry.
Mm-hmm.
No one else can see it, so... And Luca and Willow know,
Yeah.
so...
Yep. Shall we wrap here then? As you head towards the Gold Dragon.
Are we in our suits?
Not yet.
Hmm.
You're going to change when you meet Damon. It's still
Should
afternoon.
we meet him?
Have lunch and then meet Damon.
Oh, don't know about. Oh, I see. Oh, Willow might. I don't know if Willow's down to talk. Like to you, I was about to say, would Willow comment on N? Like ask how the eye's doing, but I don't know if they're down to chat. I think they're kind of absent.
I think
Not absent, just like musing.
if you're just focused on the task at hand.
Yeah, thinking about their own business. Let N manage their business.
Yeah.
Mm.
You've all kind of made it so that you're focused on what will happen tonight
Mm.
and focusing on keeping clear communication with that.
Mhm.
And because you will see tomorrow, you'll face what needs to be done then. You have time. So. Oop, did my internet die? What's going on?
No.
You're good.
I hear you.
Oh, okay. Sorry, there was just a... Everybody was silent of... There
No,
was
no,
a
we're just
enjoying
conversation.
it. Silence.
Listening to you.
We're just deeply in thought.
We're
Okay.
just all severely depressed now.
I know
Now.
Sarah is.
I have ruined my life. Of course I'm depressed.
uh,
Should we meet Damon?
Yeah.
Can we?
Okay.
Yeah.
okay.
I think it might be nice to show up at his place, all prepared.
Okay.
Yeah, you know what? He can buy us lunch.
It's like 4 p.m.
I know.
You've had
Yeah,
lunch.
We're good. We came here prepared. We ate.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
We're ready. And we're
You
showing
have
up
your
for business.
clothes. Yep. You're showing up for business. You meet with Damon Ir Ardantego. You have your time to change into your new uniforms. And meet with the man himself. He is in his usual dragon scale jacket, but his clothes underneath are a little more dressy, less of his casual traveler's garb.
Mhm.
Our sprites do not unfortunately reflect that, because 4 sprites in 2 days is a bit much.
Maybe next time.
Anyway, Damon greets you all. We're all ready?
Ready as
As
we'll
can
ever
be.
be. What about you?
You've read over the information?
Yep. All reviewed and locked and
Good.
loaded. And we'll tap their head.
Excellent. So, Luca, my bodyguard. Castor, my attaché and assistant in general. And Gil, my financial advisor / accountant. Ready for a night out on the town? See some of the finest art that Regalport has to offer?
Sounds like a good time.
Indeed.
No need to waste time then. Let's roll. Pull your gear together. The plan fresh in your minds. You follow Damon into a horse-drawn cab that takes you to the grand auction hall.
Can we ask him a question in the cab?
Yeah,
What's the vibe in the cab?
Quiet contemplation.
Yeah, I think En's sitting quietly, very casually, but you can probably tell that they're like thinking deeply.
Damon seems
Willow's
ready to
in-
go to work, but he is definitely a lot more casual than the rest of you.
Yeah, I do imagine. I kind of picture him sitting on one side and all three of us on the other side, like facing him.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if it's. I imagine no one's doing this, but Willow's like point blank staring at him at this stage because they have no reason to be quiet. They have a mask on. And if it's considerably silent for a long time, I think Willow's going to say something. Probably the first thing they said since they're indeed before. And Cognod is coming through, yes?
Yes.
Good. Okay.
When you activate them.
Damon,
Mm-hmm.
I have another question for you.
Shoot.
What do you make of fate?
I don't think we have time to unpack all that.
Okay,
Let's just say it's complicated.
I agree.
We're here, Damon announces as the horse-drawn cab rolls to a stop on the curb. Regalport's mage-light street lamps seem no more than a firefly's go in comparison to the dazzling silhouette of the grand auction hall, all lit up for the night. Banners advertising the new Corvair gallery flutter in the sea breeze between the two-story industrial windows. Enchanting music spills out from the open gates, drawing in the crowd of the well-dressed wealthy and their hangers-on, while those watching from beyond the spotlight cheer and chatter and vie for a scrap of the glamour themselves. Hope you're ready for the audience, Damon says to you with a half smirk. Good thing I've got a long shadow, huh? Let's go.
Yeah.
You head out.
And has a grin on their face.
And when we next come back, we will be starting
Woo!
on the next arc of Metanoia Blues.
Yeah!